Although it is a third-level pill, even women at the fifth level of the divine martial realm can't resist its characteristics. Sumo's eyes lit up. Obviously, he had also heard about Silver Demon's shocking deeds. At this moment, he held Su Xue's hand excitedly and said, "Xue'er, the pill in your hand is the pill of outstanding beauty and fragrance." Su Xue nodded obediently and said, "That's right, as long as you let that bitch Yi Xian consume this great beauty pill, she will definitely lose herself, and her desires will skyrocket. She will flirt with you like a dragon and a phoenix, entangling with you until one of them dies. She might even listen to everything you say after that. Tell me, with this great beauty pill, the right to use the red lotus jade pendant will be ours." Sumo's body shook. Then he laughed crazily. "Even the heavens are helping me. Xue'er, you really are my lucky star. Don't worry, even if I have Yi Xian, I will not abandon you. You are my, Sumo's, real treasure." Hearing this, Su Xue was relieved. She didn't take out the pill of outstanding beauty and fragrance because she was worried that Sumo would forget about her after he had Yi Xian. After losing to Long Chen, she finally decided to take out the pill of outstanding beauty and fragrance. "General M.O., when do you plan to make your move?" Su Xue asked curiously. "It's June now. On the 15th of the 8th month, the Spirit City will hold a city-wide lantern festival. It will be very lively. Yi Xian is easily influenced by the atmosphere. I will be alone with her then. As long as I control it well, my chances of success will be very high. Yi Xian, you have been guarding against me for so many years. This time, you are finally going to fall into my trap." As he spoke, Sumo started to take off Su Xue's clothes. "No, I just recovered." Su Xue put up a show of resistance. Sumo didn't care. In his fantasies, the girl under him was already Yi Xian. The beautiful body that he had desired for so long was now under him. Sumo's fighting spirit was ignited. After everything in the Spirit City settled down, Long Chen started to familiarize himself with the floating blood in his hands. At the same time, he started to practice the calamity slaughter that Yi Xian had taught him. Both Yi Xian and Long Chen had practiced this battle skill before, so they could help Long Chen a lot. Long Chen's comprehension was already very high, and under their guidance, his mastery of the calamity slaughter improved by leaps and bounds. The main reason was because he had the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance, and the calamity slaughter battle skill focused on killing. That was why Long Chen was able to learn this battle skill so easily. This battle skill was extremely compatible with his own attributes. In Yi Xian's hand was a saber, also named Floating Blood. Both swords had the same characteristics as Long Chen's long sword, so they should have originated from the same place. Floating Blood Sword, Dragon Slayer, Sword of Chaos Demon, Calamity Slaughter. In the training field of the City Lord's mansion, Long Chen and Yi Xian turned into two shadows, fighting at high speed. This was a new training method that they had found not long ago. Yi Xian's strength was at the peak of the first level of the divine martial realm. He was stronger than Su Xue, so when he fought with Long Chen, he always won. But at the same time, Long Chen had the same speed as him, so he would not lose too badly. When fighting with Yi Xian, Long Chen also opened the true martial emperor soul, constantly learning new knowledge. The help that Yi Xian had given him was also very great. A blood-red saber and a blood-red long sword were flying up and down in the training field, neither giving way to the other. A series of whistling sounds rang out in the martial arts arena. This time, Yi Xian suppressed his divine energy. He had already fought with Long Chen for more than 4 hours. This kind of battle allowed Long Chen to fully hone his skills. The only difference was that Long Chen was not in the nether battlefield, so he could not display the murderous aura of calamity slaughter while fighting with Yi Xian. Therefore, the improvement was not as obvious as Long Chen had imagined. "Go to hell, you pervert! Dragon Slayer!" The saber in Yi Xian's hand turned into a blood-red waterfall, rushing madly towards Long Chen. This waterfall was like a huge saber, quite terrifying, much more terrifying than the demon slaughtering formation that Su Xue had used before. After all, calamity slaughter was a third-grade divine skill. Sword of Chaos Demon. Long Chen's sword surged wildly, and a blood-red vortex appeared on his sword. Within the vortex, there were countless sword shadows in the shape of dragons. A powerful strangling force appeared, tearing apart Yi Xian's Dragon Slayer completely. "I can't do it anymore. After executing the third move of Calamity Slaughter and destroying Yi Xian's second move, Long Chen retreated pathetically. In terms of quantity, his true energy could not be compared to Yi Xian's. Therefore, by the time he had fought to this extent, his true energy was almost empty. However, Yi Xian reckoned that he still had a lot more. You pervert. You finally admit defeat to this young master. Yi Xian also stopped. He and Long Chen collected floating blood at the same time. Then he smiled and walked towards Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen as if he was looking at a monster and said, "It's not an exaggeration to say that you are a pervert. Even I spent countless years to successfully learn the 4 moves of Calamity Slaughter. You actually learned all of them in less than 2 months. Moreover, you executed them so skillfully. What the hell?" Calamity Slaughter was a genuine battle skill of the 3 great Emperor regions. Compared to the Emperor technique, it was a 3rd-grade divine skill. The simplest move, Floating Blood Sword, was much more powerful than the Void Break that Long Chen had executed before. Moreover, Long Chen had floating blood as his weapon. If he encountered a warrior at the same level as Xueqi, Long Chen would not have a hard time fighting. He could defeat his opponent with just a few moves. Actually, the gap between him and Yi Xian was not that big. With Long Chen's current skills, as long as he reached the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, he would be able to defeat Yi Xian. Chapter 953. The two of them had been training for more than a month. Long Chen's biggest gain was that through his own and Yi Xian's execution, he'd completely learned the battle skill of killing tribulation. At the same time, he'd also familiarized himself with the usage of floating blood. It had been a long time since he'd used a sword, but now that he was using it, he still had a feeling of proficiency. Another harvest was in the area of martial arts. Long Chen was now only 1 step away from being a real expert. As long as he broke through the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Arts Realm, he wouldn't be far from the God Martial Arts Realm. The God Martial Arts Realm was the time for him to truly transform. He believed that as long as he reached the God Martial Arts Realm, he would absolutely cause a huge shock. Stars. 9,999 acupuncture points appeared in his body. Long Chen was also looking forward to it. However, 2 months had passed. Long Chen felt that if he continued to fight like this with Yi Xian, he wouldn't gain much. After all, the two of them weren't fighting to the death. He didn't have the feeling that one wrong step could lead to death when he fought with Xueqi. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "My injuries have recovered. Brother Chen, why don't we go to the Nether battlefield to practice? With you there you have the ability to escape. The person who tried to assassinate me won't be able to do anything." Yi Xian's words were exactly what Long Chen wanted. Moreover, Long Chen wanted to see the Nether Blood Sea. Kitten said that there was a huge seal there. Even Kitten was so interested in it. Long Chen believed that there would definitely be something extraordinary in there. Long Chen didn't have any scruples. Yi Xian had already predicted that her brother wouldn't be able to stay, so she sent Dugu Jun, an expert in the complete 3rd level of the God Martial Arts Realm, to secretly protect them. In fact, even in the governor's mansion, Dugu Jun was also secretly protecting the 2 youngsters. "All right, but we have to say goodbye to your sister." Long Chen nodded. "She probably won't let us go," Yi Xian said worriedly. "I won't." Long Chen took the lead and followed Long Chen to the Zixuan Palace where Yi Xian usually took care of business. Yi Xian was currently dealing with the affairs of the Spectre Main City, and Long Chen didn't want to disturb her work, so he directly told Yi Xian the reason for their visit. To Yi Xian's surprise, Yi Xian actually agreed without hesitation. "Sister, you really don't have to worry. With Long Chen around, I feel much more at ease." Yi Xian chuckled softly. Long Chen's personality was more mature than Yi Xian's. Yi Xian knew Long Chen very well. Although Long Chen was in the same generation as Long Chen, in terms of personality, Yi Xian had always treated Long Chen as her peer, a trustworthy person. Of course, the reason why they were at ease was because Dugu Jun was secretly protecting them. With Dugu Jun's strength, he could be considered a top expert in the entire Spirit Hell Prefecture. The 3rd level of the God Martial Realm, the Celestial Realm, a warrior who could use his domain to its peak. "When do you want to leave?" Yi Xian then asked. "Since we've decided, we can leave now if there's nothing else." Long Chen didn't have the habit of procrastinating. "I see," Yi Xian said a little regretfully. "In about 20 days, it will be the 15th of August. At that time, There will be a very beautiful lantern show in the Spectre main city. If you go now, you won't be able to see it. Who would want to see that kind of thing? Yi Xian looked at his sister with disdain. All right, then be careful. Yi Xian thought about it and felt that Long Chen and the others wouldn't be interested in this kind of lantern show, so she didn't argue with Long Chen and Yi Xian. After saying goodbye to Yi Xian, Long Chen and Yi Xian changed into their Netherworld armors and headed towards the Netherworld Legion's training camp. Although they had left the Netherworld Legion's training camp for a long time without any reason, which was against the rules, with Yi Xian and Sumo's relationship, no one would care about it. Long Chen's soul-devouring demonic eyes could see within 1 mile, but the divine sense of the 3rd level of the divine martial realm couldn't reach that far. In fact, Long Chen knew where Dugujun was, but in order to avoid Yi Xian's displeasure, he didn't say it out loud. Yi Xian had actually told Dugujun that both Long Chen and Dugujun were going to train. If it wasn't for the fact that their lives were in danger, or if there was a sudden crisis, Dugujun wouldn't intervene. Although Dugujun wasn't a member of the Netherworld Legion, because of his relationship with Yi Xian, it was very easy for him to enter the Netherworld battlefield. When he came to the Netherworld Legion again, Long Chen's identity was different. From an unknown person, he was now a well-known young genius, and even the direct disciple of the beautiful city lord. Just this point alone made Long Chen jealous. However, when they realized that Long Chen's strength could actually defeat Xueqi, who was in the divine martial realm, everyone's jealousy turned into awe. Moreover, Yi Xian was standing next to Long Chen, so who would dare to act rashly? The guards at the entrance of the training camp today weren't Song Yang's men, so Long Chen easily entered the training camp and headed in the direction of the life and death camp. On the way, no one dared to stop Long Chen and Yi Xian, and many people even greeted them. In terms of military rank, they were the lowest in the Netherworld Legion, but in terms of strength and status, ordinary centurions wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of them. The centurions guarding the life and death hall had already heard about the martial arts competition. When they knew that the newcomer called Long Chen had actually defeated Xueqi, who was an expert in the divine martial realm, they felt like they were dreaming. But now, Long Chen and Yi Xian had appeared in front of them, and the dream had become reality. Young Master Yi Xian and Brother Long Chen, are you going to enter the nether battlefield? Long Chen nodded. A few centurions hurriedly took out the booklet and served him well. If I don't come out this time, you won't use a red pen to cross out my identity, right? Long Chen looked at them mockingly. No, absolutely not, the centurion said awkwardly. A few of the centurions said awkwardly. Last time it was their mistake. Under normal circumstances, Long Chen would not have survived. Who knew that Long Chen was an abnormal person? After signing their names, Long Chen and Yi Xian passed through the life and death hall and arrived at the nether battlefield. And their news quickly spread to the Purple Ink Hall. Commander Mo, there's news of Long Chen and Yi Xian, Xueqi said excitedly as soon as she entered. Oh. Sumo raised his head. The two of them just entered the nether battlefield. The two of them just entered the nether battlefield. This is a great opportunity. Commander Mo, hurry up and send people to get rid of the two of them secretly, especially that Long Chen. Although Dugujun from the City Lord's mansion also followed them in, with our strength, not only do we have you, the 5 great underworld generals are also in the Nether Blood River. Getting rid of them should be very simple. Thinking of Long Chen, Xueqi's heart was filled with hatred. But it could be said that Long Chen had destroyed the confidence of the first half of her life. She wished she could hack such a person into pieces. Can you have a bit of brain? Sumo's voice suddenly became cold. He stared at Xueqi and said, let me tell you, we absolutely can't make a move against them at this time. I've already made a move against Yi Xian twice, but I still haven't killed him. If anything happens to the two of them, if I don't stop Dugujun and let him tell the truth to Yi Xian, then wouldn't all my years of effort be wasted? Sitting back on the chair, Sumo continued. So not only can we not make a move against them, we have to serve them well and not let anything happen to them. Yi Xian obviously didn't pass the Red Lotus Jade pendant to Yi Xian. This is a good opportunity. There's still about 20 days left until the 15th of the 8th month. If they leave, I'll have a higher chance of success with the Heaven Fragrance Pill. This time, no matter if it's the Red Lotus Jade pendant or the Godslayer's inheritance, they'll all be mine. Thinking of this, Sumo's heart was filled with excitement. The heavens are really helping me. Xueqi finally understood what was going on. She had to admit that her opinion just now was a bit too impulsive. You're still young. There's still a lot for you to learn in the future. Don't worry. Sumo was in a good mood and said with a smile. After saying that, Sumo stood up and said, "Later, I'll go talk to Yi Xian and discuss the program on the 15th of the 8th month. Now that there's no one to disturb us, I'll make her happy. The thing on the 15th of the 8th month will definitely be a success. After I succeed, I'll send people to kill those small fry like Long Chen and Yi Xian. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Old ginger is spicier." Su Shui admired Sumo from the bottom of her heart. In the Nether battlefield, the experts from the Spirit City, as long as they were above the God Martial Realm, normally wouldn't wander around in the outskirts. Instead, they would return to the Nether Blood Sea. There were many warriors there, and the Nether Blood Sea was the birthplace of Nether beasts. There were also many God Realm Nether beasts. Speaking of Nether beasts, Long Chen suddenly thought of Xiao Lang. It was a bit ridiculous. It had been a year since he separated from Xiao Lang, and Long Chen's strength had already surpassed the 6 demons. However, it would probably be much more difficult for him to find Xiao Lang this time. Long Chen would definitely go back to Mo Xiao Lang. He believed that Xiao Lang would have a wider space to develop in the desolate Emperor domain. If Long Chen took his time to find him, he wouldn't blame Long Chen. However, he couldn't do it on Lingxi's side. He hadn't heard from her for so many years, so Long Chen had to find her as soon as possible. For the sake of his original promise, he would never stop moving forward. As he advanced towards the God Martial Realm, he felt that Lingxi's footsteps were getting closer and closer. One day, he would proudly hold her in his arms. Chapter 954. After the two got familiar with each other, they didn't have too many misgivings when they spoke. "Fuck off." Long Chen immediately pounced forward, and the two of them once again flew up and down and fought together. Fighting without saying a word had already become their habit. Floating blood sword. Zhanlong, eat my move, Sword of Chaos God and Demon. Sword of Chaos God and Demon, I know it too, but I'm Blade of Chaos God and Demon. The two of them fought for more than 2 hours before they used up all of their true essence. Long Chen also swallowed a lot of true essence from nether beasts. Right now, the two of them were sitting beside the wide Nether Blood River, looking at the endless grey world in front of them, then looking at their miserable companions beside them. They both laughed out loud. To be honest, being able to meet you at this time is really the most wonderful thing in my life. In the past, I didn't look up to many people, but you, Long Chen, even though your strength is not as good as mine, you make me admire you very much, and you're even my savior twice. After saying that, Yi Xian looked at Long Chen with a burning gaze. Sorry, I'm only interested in women. Long Chen looked at him with disdain. Scram, eat my move. Zhanlong, cut off your family jewels. I'll let you be interested in women. Ah, chop chop chop. Long Chen used floating blood sword. The long sword in his hand turned into a tiny blood thread, sweeping past Yi Xian's neck, cutting off a strand of Yi Xian's long hair. Abnormal, his speed is actually so fast. Yi Xian was a little shocked. If he didn't dodge fast just now, Long Chen would have cut off his head just now. Of course, Long Chen would definitely stop in the end. Let's go to the Nether Blood Sea, that's the real battlefield. If the two of us work together, we can barely try with a warrior at the 2nd level of the Divine Martial Realm. Yes. On the way it could be said to be leisurely. Occasionally, he would fight with Yi Xian, occasionally kill nether beasts, occasionally tease those Heaven Realm martial artists, and rob their money. Only after spending roughly half a month's time did the two of them arrive at the Nether Bloody Sea. On the way, because of the large number of battles, Long Chen took another big step towards the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. At the same time, the friendship between him and Yi Xian also developed to a very good stage. Along the way, Long Chen made many friends. Yi Xian could be considered the strongest among them. Part of his personality was similar to Xiao Lang's, but Xiao Lang was slightly quieter. Yi Xian had been a young master since he was young, but he had such a good temper, which was relatively rare. After arriving at the Nether Blood Sea, that terrifying murderous aura descended upon Long Chen's head once again. Last time, he was in a hurry to save Yi Xian, so Long Chen did not have the time to carefully experience this murderous aura. Are you all right? Yi Xian knew that without reaching the God Realm and without the God Martial Spirit, it would be very difficult to resist this kind of murderous aura that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. After many Heaven Realm martial artists came here, Their eyes would be confused by the murderous aura to the point that they would have hallucinations. They would feel that there were corpses everywhere, and that there was fighting everywhere. This was the power buried within the nether bloody sea. I'm fine. Blood and slaughter. These were the characteristics of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Although Long Chen was not in the god realm, this was absolutely not a problem for him. It could even be said that bathing in this murderous aura, he felt very comfortable. It's good that you're fine. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. We haven't even gotten close to the nether bloody sea. After we get there, we need to be more careful. There are quite a few nether beasts in the nether bloody sea, and also quite a few god realm martial artists. If we don't know each other, it's very possible that there will be a fight as soon as we meet. Yi Xian's words made Long Chen's entire body excited. His body thirsted for battle even more than his soul. The two of them gradually approached the nether bloody sea. Although Long Chen got close last time, he didn't really see the sea of blood. After roughly turning around a low mountain peak, the sound of waves came from the front. However, compared to the waves of the real sea, the sound was still different. The waves rushed up into the sky, rumbling as they rolled into the sky, and first entered Long Chen's eyes. As expected, even if it's the blood that was thrown into the air, the restriction still exists. Kitten, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly woke up from his sleep and said in a daze. Just as his voice fell, Long Chen and Yi Xian had already arrived at the edge of the nether bloody sea. It was the first time he saw so much water, and it was all blood. Long Chen was a bit shocked for a moment. In front of him was a vast ocean, with no end at all. In the distant sky was a thick blood mist, blocking Long Chen's line of sight. But what could be predicted was that this sea of blood should be very big, so big that it was boundless. Rumble. A huge blood wave surged in front of Long Chen, and the blood splashed onto Long Chen's body. The blood was still there, and there was indeed a lot of real blood. There was human blood, but most of it was beast blood. How is it? Spectacular, right? Looking at the vast blood-red ocean, Yi Xian said with a smile. That's right. Long Chen nodded. At this moment, he still hadn't reacted. Such a huge sea of blood was actually covered by a seal. Just how big was this seal? Basically, the nether beasts in the nether battlefield are all born in the nether bloody sea, and then through the blood river network, it is equivalent to being transported to every place in the nether battlefield. However, there are still a large number of nether beasts left in the nether bloody sea. What I mean is that there are a large number of nether beasts in the nether bloody sea, and the majority of them are above the god level. Every god level nether beast has its own territory. If we rush in like this, the god level nether beasts will not let us go. Yi Xian had a cautious expression on his face. Just as well. If we can deal with it, we'll kill it. If we can't deal with it, we'll run. Long Chen laughed, and there was not the slightest worry in his eyes. Instead, his face was filled with hot blood. He was the first to go forward, and his feet stepped on the water of the nether bloody sea. Although he hadn't reached the god martial realm, and Long Chen couldn't fly, his true essence was almost there. Stepping on the water, he could borrow a certain amount of force. Although he was slightly affected, it didn't matter. If it really didn't work, he could use the power of the soul-chasing hell lightning. Yi Xian felt speechless at Long Chen's boldness. The two of them looked after each other, and cooperated with each other. They began their life of killing in the nether bloody sea. The person who tried to assassinate Yi Xian last time didn't appear again. After advancing for about half a day, they were surrounded by a vast expanse of blood-red seawater. Even the shore from before had disappeared. The cold wind howled, and the smell of blood in the air made people feel very depressed. It's coming. Through the soul-devouring demon eye, Long Chen could see the scene in the Netherblood Sea very sensitively. Through the soul-devouring demon eye, he could already see a huge nether beast in the sea that was already heading towards him. It's really big. Feeling the size of this nether beast, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was really too big. It was even bigger than all the demon beasts that Long Chen had encountered before. Without a doubt, this nether beast was the legendary god-level nether beast. This is the golden horn blood shark, Yi Xian said with some surprise. Just as he finished speaking, the nether blood sea's seawater in front of him suddenly became violent. The seawater that was flying up and down caused the two of them to fly backwards. With a rumble, the entire sea surface exploded. An incomparably huge golden mountain that was a few hundred meters tall soared into the sky, shining with golden light. This is the golden horn of the golden horn blood shark. Just the horn alone is a few hundred meters. You can imagine how big its body is. Yi Xian said with some shock. Long Chen didn't need to imagine. His soul-devouring demon eyes couldn't see the tail of the golden horn blood shark. In front of him was the turbulent seawater. A deep-sea giant beast gradually emerged from the bottom of the sea, and the water spread to both sides. Such a huge nether beast, Long Chen didn't know how to kill it. But at this moment, the body of the nether beast began to shrink. High-level nether beasts also had the mystique ability to shrink their bodies. Nether beasts were also considered a kind of demon race. With such a huge body, shrinking by 1%, one could imagine how condensed the body was. As the golden-horned blood shark shrunk, the entire sea level was dropping. For Long Chen and Yi Cece, shrinking wasn't a good thing. The golden-horned blood shark's abilities were all gathered together. The explosive power was terrifying, especially the golden-horned blood shark's body. After countless refinements, it had reached a terrifying level. Such a body was already equivalent to the god tier, or at least the 3rd or 4th grade god tier and above body refining combat skills. Humans of the same level, no matter how many body refining combat skills they practiced, would not be a match for the nether beast in terms of body strength. Similarly, the demon race had a much stronger advantage than the human race in terms of body refining. At this moment, the golden horn blood shark had shrunk to the extent that it was only 10 meters long. The golden horn on its head seemed to be only half a meter long. The 10-meter-long blood-red shark gradually floated in the sea, revealing its incomparably ferocious face. A huge bloody aura swept towards Long Chen from the body of the golden horn blood shark. Yi Xian and Long Chen's expressions changed. This golden horn blood shark is very strong, stronger than the other nether beasts I've killed before. Yi Xian said with a frown. Not only is it strong, but it's also bloodthirsty. In terms of ferocity, it surpasses other demonic beasts, but... Long Chen smiled and said without fear, I'll deal with this nether beast. Yi Xian, you hold the line for me. Can you do it yourself? Yi Xian was a little doubtful. The strength of this golden horn blood shark was even stronger than Xueqi. We'll know if I can do it or not. The blood-red longsword appeared in Long Chen's hand, buzzing excitedly. Chapter 955. When everyone heard Long Chen's words, they actually wanted to laugh. They felt that this youth really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now that he was about to lose his life, he still said such arrogant words. He was merely trying to impress the crowd. However, when they saw the dense aura of blood and slaughter on Long Chen's body, they were dumbfounded. It was as if the youth before them was simply the symbol of slaughter. Although his current strength was still very weak, if he was allowed to become truly strong, then the outcome would be rather terrifying. I swear on my blood. Within half a year, I'll surely come and take your life. Wash your neck clean and wait. Long Chen's gloomy voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Those who didn't see him would think that he was just bragging before his death. However, those who saw his current appearance were mostly infected, and they felt that he probably wasn't lying. The primeval cemetery was open for a total of a year. The goal that Long Chen gave himself was to reach the realm where he could kill the divine race's young master within half a year. If it was according to the cultivation speed of the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, it would absolutely be impossible. Therefore, he needed to break through endlessly. Long Chen's blood was boiling. I'm really unresigned today. I want to become stronger. Long Chen emitted such an intense desire in his heart. At this moment, the divine race's young master's astonished face was firmly engraved in his heart. There would be a day when he would return and tear him into pieces. After listening to Long Chen's words, the divine race's young master was first stunned, and then he laughed exaggeratedly. He waved his hand and said, "Bastard, are you daydreaming? Men, take this kid away and kill him. He's dirtying my eyes. This kind of ant also dares to grumble in front of me. The way of the world has really changed. Could it be that all of you don't know what the divine race is?" The divine race's young master didn't even look at Long Chen as he muttered to himself. Long Chen laughed instead. "Xiao Lang, take care." After speaking in the language of spiritual beasts, Long Chen looked at the experts of the celestial race who came to capture him. They claimed to be from the celestial race, but they were still humans. Yet, Long Chen had such an impressive title. Long Chen truly felt a little ashamed. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Long Chen knew that even if he used the 3 blood sacrifices, he still wouldn't be able to defeat this young master of the god race. The only thing he could do right now was to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and wait for the day when he would make a comeback. Long Chen knew that he would let this young master of the god race know what cruelty was. Big brother, take care. Xiao Lang's eyes also revealed a blazing light. To be honest, he was also quite unwilling. He hoped to roam the world with Long Chen. However, he had no choice but to disguise himself in front of the young lord of the divine race. Let's see who's stronger the next time we meet. Long Chen laughed. He took one last look at the young lord of the god race. The cold killing intent in his eyes made the young lord of the god race feel a little panic. It was as though the person in front of him was not a human, but a peak behemoth from the primordial era. That kind of nobility and bloodline made the young lord of the god race feel like he was very low level. In terms of bloodline, he was an ant in Long Chen's eyes. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly transformed into a sanguine light and vanished in front of everyone with unparalleled speed. No one expected that Long Chen actually had such a mystical escape technique. They originally thought that Long Chen was dead for sure this time. They did not expect that he still had such a trump card. Only now did everyone realize that what Long Chen had said previously was in preparation for the current blood escape technique. The young lord of the god race did not chase after him. He was first frightened by Long Chen's cold gaze. When he recovered, he laughed mockingly and said, Wu Guangyu, how could you be fooled by an insignificant trash? Forget half a year, he won't be able to surpass you even in his lifetime. Furthermore, the inheritance of the Green Lotus Emperor, one of the 7 lords, is still waiting for you. With this sun-devouring demonic wolf, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. When he thought of this, the young lord of the god race was incomparably excited. This primordial cemetery was simply a treasure land in his life. He had just arrived here, and he already had such good luck. Young lord, that youth has escaped. Shouldn't we chase after him? One of the god race powerhouses came before Wu Guangyu and asked cautiously, With our status, do you think it's appropriate to chase after a fearless ant? The young lord replied with a question. He looked at the sun-devouring demonic wolf with a grin. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Seeing that Long Chen was safe and powerful, Xiao Lang finally felt slightly at ease. He knew that Long Chen was someone that he did not need to worry about at all. He also believed that within half a year, Long Chen would absolutely kill his way back. The vow he made would definitely be fulfilled. Thus, Xiao Lang quietly concealed the killing intent he had towards the young lord of the god race and recovered the ferocious and ignorant expression that was unique to demonic beasts. The young lord smiled and left with the powerhouses of the god race with extreme excitement. The spectators that stayed behind looked at each other. The development of today's matter was rather dramatic. One of them asked in a stupefied manner, Everyone, do you think that youth will be able to resist the young lord of the god race one day? Your head is rusty. This is clearly a joke. With his strength, he would be dead if he didn't remember anything in the primordial cemetery. Who would even put him in their eyes? Only you would remember the boasting of such a minor character. They completely didn't think that they were minor characters. After they finished speaking, they dispersed without any interest. However, it was very likely that today's matter would be spread throughout the entire primeval cemetery because of their mouths. A nobody called Long Chen actually dared to speak such words of challenge to the dignified young master of the God clan. This would become a laughingstock in addition to everyone's slaughter. The God race was one of the 2 largest clans in the entire Myriad Kingdom's territory. It was the symbol of the strongest power in the Myriad Kingdom's territory. There were billions and billions of people in the Myriad Kingdom's territory, yet only one God race was born. Within the God race, the patriarch had such a son. A minor character like Long Chen, whose name was unknown, actually issued a challenge to him. If this wasn't a laughingstock, then what was? Regardless of identity or status, just in terms of strength, this was already a joke enough. The young lord of the god race, Wu Guangyu, was a super expert that was renowned throughout the entire Myriad Kingdom's territory. His cultivation had reached the acme of perfection, and he had already reached a mythical level. Long Chen was merely at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Realm. If he wanted to reach this level, he wouldn't be able to do so without several decades, let alone within half a year. Even if it was Long Chen, he didn't know whether he could succeed or not. His purpose in coming to the primordial cemetery was only to pass through the primordial cemetery. But now he only had one goal left, and that was to kill the young lord of the god race, so that his brother Xiao Lang would return to his side. No matter how many hardships there were, Long Chen didn't mind. Although everyone would treat this matter as a laughingstock, Long Chen didn't think so, because he had the bloodline of the primordial blood spirit dragon, one of the 10 great ancestral dragons of the primordial era. He was a supreme existence, and all he needed was time to grow. Faith was the first element of cultivation. After Long Chen used the blood escape technique and left the range of 5 kilometers, he didn't dare to be negligent. While using the power of the blood escape technique, he used the king crystals to restore his vital energy. During the Wushu Sage dynasty, Long Chen had killed many people and finally brought out 3,000 king crystals. However, 3,000 king crystals weren't enough for him now. Of course, Long Chen could also use the essence and blood of demonic beasts to restore his vital energy, but he hadn't seen any demonic beasts that could help him. After fleeing through the lush forest for a long time, no one caught up with him. After Long Chen confirmed that the people of the god race couldn't find him, he found a quiet and secluded cave and hid his body inside. The first thing Long Chen did was take out thousands of king crystals to restore his vital energy. The densely packed king crystals surrounded him. The rich martial energy was swallowed into Long Chen's body and turned into his dragon soul's vital energy. Today, in front of such a powerhouse, Long Chen's nerves were stretched taut and his blood was boiling with anger. At this time, he had just relaxed and his strength was steadily increasing. Long Chen unexpectedly felt a refreshing feeling. God race young master. Half a day had passed by the time he had completely restored his vital energy. Long Chen stood up in the cave and looked in the direction he had just been in. His eyes flashed with the flames of hatred. This enmity had already been sown and the oath had already been made. Long Chen knew that the god race was powerful and he also knew that he would be regarded as a laughingstock by others. However, he didn't care. A true powerhouse wouldn't care about other people's mockery. In the dynasty of the god Wushu Sage, Long Chen had outshone others. However, after coming to the archaic cemetery, he gradually understood that he was only at the lowest level. He was at a level where others could easily trample on him. Nothing is more important than cultivation. Only when I am strong can I control my own destiny. Long Chen sighed helplessly. Of course, the fighting spirit in his heart was still incomparably high. Hua! In this narrow cave, Long Chen began to practice the Earth Martial Arts Fist Manual of the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. After reaching the 3rd level, Long Chen began to work hard for the 4th level. While practicing the Red Emperor Burning Heaven Seal, Long Chen didn't forget to improve his realm. After more than a month's time, and after being suppressed by the God Race Young Master just now, Long Chen had accumulated enough energy. After a few days, Long Chen attracted an opportunity to break through. In this narrow cave, Long Chen's fists moved in a mysterious trajectory, stirring the power of the earth and completely fusing with the entire ground. His speed first became faster and faster until it became a blur that couldn't be seen clearly. Then it became slower. The slower it was, the more magical and beautiful it was. Chapter 956. In this small cave, the soil on all sides was under Long Chen's control. The wind from his fists left densely packed fist marks on the walls of the cave. When the cave was completely filled with fist marks, Long Chen had been practicing punching for 4 consecutive days. He was the kind of person whose strength would explode more fiercely when he was in adversity. The reason why he was able to break through to the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm this time had a lot to do with the suppression he had suffered from the young master of the God Clan. The powerful momentum of the young master had suppressed Long Chen's body, causing Long Chen's genuine essence to explode. During the cultivation, the dragon-shaped martial soul in his sea of consciousness gradually grew stronger, more and more solid, and the power it had was also more and more terrifying. The dragon-shaped martial soul made Long Chen feel frightened when he saw it, but he also understood that this martial soul was actually him. Humans had a spirit and a martial soul. The spirit was responsible for thinking and was divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits. The martial soul was cultivated and transformed from the physique. It mainly controlled the genuine essence of the body and was the core of the battle. It was also the original consciousness of Long Chen in the Sea of Consciousness. The evolution of the martial soul represented the evolution of Long Chen's strength. More and more earth-vein spiritual chi from the vast earth poured into Long Chen's body, allowing him to control more and more dragon soul genuine essence, and his strength became stronger and stronger. Boom! A violent power was stimulated from Long Chen's body. The 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm is already so powerful. If the young master of the God clan really fought, he could probably crush me to death with one finger. Long Chen was deeply aware of the gap between the two of them. It was impossible for the young master of the God clan to reach the sky martial arts realm, but presumably the gap was not very big. That level was not something that Long Chen could fight against now. However, he was not in a hurry. You want Xiao Lang? Since that's the case, I'll let you raise Xiao Lang until he's strong enough. When the time comes, I'll get Xiao Lang back. I really don't know how wonderful your expression will be when that happens. Is Xiao Lang someone you can tame? After a few days, Long Chen's cultivation had stabilized at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. If he used the Dragon Soul transformation, he could reach the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Moreover, he still had many magical powers, especially the Red Emperor Heaven Burning print. Before, he already had the power to kill someone at the 6th level of the Earth martial arts realm, let alone now. It was impossible to improve by staying in one place forever. After stabilizing his strength, Long Chen adjusted his mentality and set off on his journey again. Fight to the end. Shuttling through this dense forest, Long Chen used the soul-devouring demon pupil. This forest was incomparably huge and lush, and there were even many elixirs growing within it. Long Chen discovered that some places were in a mess. Obviously, there were traces left behind by a fight, and it was obvious that those people fought for the elixirs. More than 10,000 people were scattered in this primordial cemetery. Since the primordial cemetery was so big, Long Chen did not see many people along the way. However, there were quite a few traces of fighting. There were even some places where big trees were uprooted, and there were also many traces of demon beasts' blood. The fighting in this primordial cemetery is indeed quite tragic. Long Chen squinted his eyes and walked past these traces. There are sounds of fighting ahead. There should be people. After a while, Long Chen was able to roughly hear the voices in front of him. He noticed that in this primeval cemetery, the thing he was most isolated from was information. He didn't understand things that everyone understood, and this would cause him to be in an extremely passive state. So he had to understand these things, so he had to start from others. Hearing the sounds of fighting, Long Chen hurriedly rushed over. In the process of moving forward, he actually discovered that the surrounding trees were actually decreasing. This is already the edge of this forest? Long Chen realized this point. The trees and flowers were all decreasing, and the environment with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers was also gone. In the process of moving forward, Long Chen exited the forest and suddenly had a feeling of being suddenly enlightened. In front of him, there was a dazzling metallic light. Long Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at the scenery in front of him. In front of them was a large area that was completely different from the forest. This place was more in line with the primordial cemetery in Long Chen's eyes, but it was slightly different. In front of him was a barren land that basically didn't have any plants or trees. The only thing was a piece of barren dark brown land. Long Chen looked carefully and noticed that this dark brown land was actually covered densely with fine metallic sand. Everywhere in front of him was this type of fine metallic sand. Although the dark brown land was still soil, it looked more or less like metal and steel. Even in the distance, there were quite a few huge pieces of steel that directly protruded out from the ground. They were ferocious and sharp, and under the illumination of the sunlight, they emitted a fierce cold light, and there were even some bloodstains on them. In front of him was a world of steel. This world wasn't even smaller than the world in the forest from before. Primordial Cemetery, the treasures of the 5 emperors. I understand now. It's very likely that this primordial cemetery is divided into 5 areas. The area I was at earlier should belong to the wood area, and the area before me now should belong to the metal area. From this, it could be seen that this primordial cemetery was really incomparably mystical. After seeing this vast dark brown land and the occasional large pieces of metal that occasionally protruded from the ground, Long Chen's gaze was attracted by the sounds of fighting. This was a battle between humans and demonic beasts. The first thing that attracted Long Chen's attention was the demonic beasts. This was a small pack of demonic wolves, and there were about a dozen of them. Each of them was about the size of a horse, but Long Chen knew that this should be their transformation to adapt to the battle. Their size should be about the same as Xiao Lang's. This primordial cemetery was terrifying, and even the demonic beasts in it were quite terrifying. The demonic wolves that were fighting those people in front of him were at least grade 4 monarch level. So many grade 4 monarch level demonic beasts actually appeared here. It was really a bit terrifying. One must know that the grade 4 monarch level heavenly phoenix divine bird could dominate the god Wushu sage dynasty. The most amazing thing about these demonic wolves was that they didn't look like demonic beasts, but metal. That's right, these gray demonic wolves looked like they were made of a kind of gray metal. This gray metal was hard in places that needed to be hard, and tough in places that needed to be tough. Even if a blade slashed their bodies, it would be very difficult to hurt them. At the same time, they could move flexibly, unlike the rigid metal puppets. Their bodies were much stronger than Xiao Lang's. If Long Chen hadn't sensed the blood in their bodies, he would have mistaken these steel demonic wolves for puppets. Each demonic wolf had 1 or 2 human opponents. These steel demonic wolves were quite strong. As they pounced and clawed, the fine metal sand on the ground flew wildly. The steel-like ground was smashed into a large pit, and the attacks of those humans usually couldn't cause such an earth-shaking effect. Brothers, stop. Kill these demon wolves and sell their limestone gold and demonic cores. That way, we can get a lot of imperial crystals to buy other things. The limestone gold is very expensive. A hoarse voice came from the crowd. Long Chen looked over. This man was tall and burly with dark skin. His face was full of ferocity, and the most hideous thing was the scar on his face. Isn't this guy Venomous Vulture who is with Xiao Yu? On the astrolabe, the fat man named Xiao Yu had introduced a lot of things to Long Chen. It was also because of him that Long Chen knew the young master of the Shen clan. If Venomous Vulture was here, then Xiao Yu must be here. Long Chen searched the crowd for a while and found that the fat Xiao Yu was fighting alone with a demonic wolf. Xiao Yu was a warrior at LV4 of the Earth Martial Arts realm. He was holding a huge black broadaxe that emitted a cold light. Under his control, the broadaxe slashed towards the steel demonic wolf. For a moment, the fight was quite fierce. However, Long Chen found that the steel demonic wolf was very agile and didn't fight head-on with Xiao Yu. At this time, Xiao Yu was already panting. The others were almost winning, but he seemed to be running out of strength. Boss Lei Jiu, help me! Xiao Yu's face was pale when his genuine essence was almost exhausted, but the steel demonic wolf didn't seem to know fatigue. The more it fought, the fiercer it became. The steel demonic wolf's fighting methods were quite fierce. This set of fighting methods had been passed down for several generations. Under their refinement it had reached the peak. Their claws and teeth were the real steel of Sword Shadow. They could leave deep marks on Xiao Yu's broadaxe, but Xiao Yu's broadaxe couldn't kill them. Such a demonic beast would be invincible in the Wushu sage's dynasty. Even the martial emperor Zhao Wuji might not be able to deal with such a terrifying demonic wolf. Their strength was too strong. Even the divine phoenix might not be able to deal with an iron demonic wolf. The boss Venomous Vulture, who was leisurely dealing with his opponent, obviously heard Xiao Yu's cry for help. However, he pretended not to hear it and continued to deal with his opponent easily. This Venomous Vulture was at least at LV6 of the Earth Martial Arts realm, much higher than Feng Xian. It was very easy for him to deal with the steel demonic wolf, but he didn't do anything. Boss Venomous Vulture. Xiao Yu was already desperate. A dozen of them had agreed to come together, but among this group of people, he was the weakest. Venomous Vulture usually didn't think much of him. At this time, he didn't even try to save him. Xiao Yu felt a chill in his heart. At this time, the steel demonic wolf in front of him let out a terrifying roar. Its steel mouth suddenly opened wide and instantly pounced on Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was shocked and quickly used his broadaxe to block in front of his eyes. Clang! Chapter 957. The steel demon wolf's eyes turned blood red. The steel on its body made a sharp grinding sound as it twisted. It was quite terrifying. It suddenly exerted strength and Xiao Yu's broad axe was flung away. The huge force pulled Xiao Yu's body forward. At this moment, the steel demon wolf let out an excited roar and bit at Xiao Yu's neck. My life is over. Xiao Yu's complexion turned pale. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. His opponent's strength was frighteningly great. Every single move of his had the power to move mountains and fill up seas. Xiao Yu had no way to resist. Seeing that the teeth of the steel demon wolf were about to bite his neck, Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with despair. And at this time, A powerful aura suddenly came from behind Xiao Yu. An attack instantly passed through Xiao Yu's body and ruthlessly hit the demon wolf's chin. This kick directly sent the demon wolf flying. Dang! Boss Vulture! Xiao Yu was saved from death. He thought that Vulture had saved him. His eyes immediately showed a grateful expression. He looked towards the person in front of him. He didn't expect to see the back of a young man instead of Vulture. When he turned around, Xiao Yu looked at him in confusion. He seemed to have seen this person somewhere before. You are... I remember. You are Long Chen I met on the astrolabe? A shocked expression appeared on Xiao Yu's face. He remembered that Long Chen's strength was only at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, but now, he could actually send the demon wolf flying so easily? You still remember my name? Long Chen smiled. His appearance stunned the others. When Xiao Yu called out Long Chen's name, they remembered that there was such a person. However, when he saw him, Vulture thought that Long Chen was also a piece of trash who would drag the team down. Xiao Yu's heart was filled with gratitude and shock. He didn't know what to say. The demon wolf that had just been sent flying behind Long Chen rushed over angrily. After being kicked by Long Chen, the iron demon wolf's ferocity was completely stimulated. Long Chen, be careful. Dat. Just now, Long Chen's attack was purely a sneak attack. He was definitely not a match for the iron demon wolf in a head-on battle. That was why Xiao Yu was so worried. He suddenly rushed towards Long Chen, wanting to help Long Chen break the attack. However, he didn't know that his broad axe had already been sent flying. Long Chen turned around and looked at the bloody demon wolf. He didn't even frown. At this moment, part of his left hand had transformed into the dragon soul. His entire arm was covered with blood-red dragon scales. Those sharp claws were like the sharpest blades. The demon wolf howled. Long Chen's body looked much smaller than the others, so the threat he posed was definitely much smaller. It did not expect that Long Chen would actually dare to attack it. It was a disgrace to be attacked by a weakling. Although the iron demon wolf's body was hard, its speed was quite fast. Its movements were like the soul. As it rushed forward, it flashed a few phantoms. In an instant, it rushed in front of Long Chen. Those cold teeth bit towards Long Chen's head. Be careful. The iron demon wolf pounced over, but Long Chen didn't seem to react. Xiao Yu was frightened. He wanted to save him, but it was too late. Hua! Just as the steel demon wolf was about to engulf Long Chen's dragon claw suddenly moved. The movement of his arm was much faster than the steel demon wolf's. The blood-red claw instantly pierced into the steel demon wolf's jaw. Dang dang! The sharp sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out. The steel demon wolf let out a terrified howl. At this moment, Long Chen's claws had pierced deep into its lower jaw. Even Xiao Yu's axe couldn't penetrate it, but Long Chen's claws had directly pierced through it. It could be seen that his strength and claws had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, Long Chen grabbed the iron demon wolf. He suddenly exerted strength. The iron demon wolf, which was as heavy as a mountain, was directly thrown up by Long Chen and smashed into the ground. Instantly the earth shook. You beast, you want to eat me? Long Chen sneered. His fingers pierced deeply into the other party's lower jaw, and he flung the other party's head into the air. Then, he smashed the other party onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Kacha! The iron demon wolf's head was directly grabbed by Long Chen. Beheaded. In this way, the steel demon wolf could not be any more dead. After Long Chen killed the iron demon wolf, his body's blood-refining qi was activated. The iron demon wolf's skin was very hard, but the inside was still flesh and blood. The blood essence was completely swallowed by Long Chen. The ferocious iron demon wolf completely shriveled up and became a dry corpse. This essence could only increase Long Chen's true essence to the peak. From the moment he appeared to the moment he killed the demon wolf in front of him, only a short period of time had passed. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, especially Xiao Yu, who was dumbfounded. He had been worried that Long Chen would be killed, but now it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. Long Chen's strength far surpassed the iron demon wolf. As for the others, they naturally didn't understand how this ordinary young man could have such fighting strength. Vulture's eyes gradually narrowed. He felt that this young man was at most at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Realm. But from the true essence he had just displayed, he should have reached the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Has he broken through? This young man must have a lot of secrets to be able to display such fighting strength. I have to keep him here. Vulture's mind was spinning with these thoughts. I wonder what level of fighting strength this young man can display at most. I'll keep him here for now. I'll make a move after I figure it out. Otherwise, I may fail miserably. As for Xueqi, Vulture didn't care about him. Just now, when Xueqi was in danger, Vulture didn't save him. Instead, it was Long Chen who saved him. A friend in need is a friend indeed. In his heart, Long Chen's position quickly surpassed Vulture's. Who was a good person and who was a bad person, it was clear at a glance. Because of Long Chen's outstanding performance, the others were shocked for a while. Originally, many people were on par with the Iron Demon Wolves, but now that their movements were a little slower, the Iron Demon Wolves seized this opportunity and displayed their fierce methods. For a moment, they actually made those people retreat. Focus on your own opponents. Vulture shouted and sped up his movements. Not long after, he had already killed his opponent. At the same time, he also threw himself into the battle of others and helped them kill their opponents. More and more people were free, and the Iron Demon Wolves were killed one after another. Long Chen didn't help them in their battle. Xueqi went to take his own broad axe back. This black broad axe already had many cracks. It probably hadn't been used for long. A faint black light overflowed from the fracture. Little brother Long Chen, I didn't expect you to be so strong. This time, thank you very much. Xueqi's face showed a grateful expression. I happened to pass by here, and didn't expect to meet you here. I can only say that we are quite fated. Long Chen chuckled. Xueqi smiled honestly. He suddenly thought of something and said, Little brother, where are you going next? Are you going to the glazed gold region with us? Or are you going back to the Greenwood region or somewhere else? Long Chen didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Do you know a lot about the primordial cemetery? Where are you going? Xueqi scratched his head and said, Not really, but at least I know more than you. We're going to the Steel City of the glazed gold region. Steel City? Why are we going there? Long Chen asked. There are too many things you don't know. Little brother, why don't you come with me? I'll slowly tell you everything I know. What do you think? Xueqi said with great anticipation. There was some anxiety in his eyes. Long Chen roughly knew what he was thinking. From Vulture's behavior just now, it could be seen that he didn't care about Xueqi's life at all. If he stayed with them, Xueqi would soon die. It was not easy to meet a young expert like Long Chen. He also wanted to keep Long Chen by his side. This way he would be much safer. At this time, Vulture had already led the others to kill all the Iron Demon Wolves. The others were excitedly collecting the corpses of the Iron Demon Wolves. Vulture walked over with a few warriors in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He looked at Long Chen with a smile on his face and said, Little brother, thank you for saving our brother just now. I couldn't get away for a moment and almost let Fatty you die. I'm really ashamed. Long Chen clearly remembered that Vulture called him trash on the astrolabe. He didn't expect that his attitude would completely change so quickly. At this moment, for the sake of preserving his life, Xueqi hurriedly asked, Boss Venomous Vulture, Brother Long Chen came to the primeval cemetery by himself and doesn't know anything. Why don't you let him join us and head to the Steel City with us? You should have seen his strength, right? He was worried about his own life, and that's why he spoke first. Long Chen didn't blame him, as Long Chen himself was a free person. He wanted to figure out the situation in the primeval cemetery now, and it wouldn't be too late for him to leave after he figured it out. Vulture was waiting for Xueqi to say this. He didn't want to miss Long Chen, a young man with a secret, so he quickly nodded and said, Brother Long Chen's cultivation is superb. At such a young age, of course, he is qualified to go with us. Xueqi rejoiced when he heard Venomous Vulture's permission. He hurriedly looked at Long Chen in anticipation. Long Chen thought for a moment and nodded. In that case, thank you for your care, Venomous Vulture. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 958. Long Chen's confidence made Yi Xian have no choice but to believe him. After fighting with Long Chen for so long, to be honest, he was very familiar with Long Chen's strength. With Long Chen's usual performance, it was still a little lacking to kill this first-grade god-level monster. But fortunately, with the sharpness of the floating blood divine sword, it could pierce through the skin of the golden-horned blood shark. If it could pierce through with Long Chen's speed, it meant that there was a possibility of killing it. Although your speed is fast, when you reach the Netherblood Sea, with the obstruction of the seawater, your speed will be greatly reduced, but the opponent's speed will be greatly increased. So, you must not dive into the seawater to fight this golden-horned blood shark. While retreating, Yi Xian did not forget to remind Long Chen of this matter. Long Chen nodded. The fierce light in his eyes had already attracted the attention of the golden-horned blood shark opposite him. Creatures that trespassed into its territory were unforgivable. They were competing with it for territory, especially creatures like Long Chen, which had always been a great enemy of the golden-horned blood shark. Hiss! The golden-horned blood shark let out a terrifying roar, and immediately, a wave of blood water blasted towards Long Chen. This was a powerful shockwave, and Long Chen's feet lightly tapped on the water, and like a golden bolt of lightning, he soared into the sky, instantly dodging the golden-horned blood shark's attack. At this time, Yi Xian had already given the battlefield to Long Chen, but he did not dare to go too far. If anything happened to Long Chen, he would be able to rescue Long Chen in time. In this world full of emperor spiritual qi, Long Chen did not have enough true yuan to support himself to fly, so he quickly landed. The golden-horned blood shark turned into a blood-red light and rushed towards where Long Chen landed. The speed of the golden-horned blood shark in the water was much faster than Xueqi, but it was not as fast as Long Chen. It's time for you to truly experience the power of my killing tribulation. The most important aspect of the killing calamity was killing intent. Long Chen didn't have any killing intent when he was fighting with Yi Xian, which resulted in him not being able to fully display the might of the third-grade divine skill. However, things were different now. The dragon's soul transformation instantly strengthened Long Chen's body. A bloody energy that surpassed the golden-horned blood shark's was emitted from Long Chen's body. He gently raised floating blood in his hand and gently aimed at the golden-horned blood shark. Before it arrived, the deafening sound of the golden-horned blood shark tortured Long Chen's ears. So noisy! When the golden-horned blood shark was more than 20 meters away from Long Chen moved. The corner of his mouth curved into a sneer, and a huge blood qi rose from his body. In the eyes of the golden-horned blood shark, Long Chen was more like a super fierce beast that came from afar. The blood-red long sword was like its teeth that it used to bite. Floating blood sword. With a soft sound, Long Chen turned into a blood-red light. The speed of this light was 10 times faster than the speed of the golden-horned blood shark. It was an unstoppable light. If the golden-horned blood shark was alone, this move of Long Chen's would have swept across its neck, causing blood to float. Speed and sharpness were the true meaning of floating blood. From the moment Long Chen used it to the moment the sound came out, only a moment had passed. However, when this sound came out, it was accompanied by fresh blood and other turbid things floating in the air. Long Chen held floating blood sword in his hand and brushed past the golden-horned blood shark. A man and a beast passed by each other. Blood floated up. Then, there was the crazy roar of the golden-horned blood shark. This was a tragic cry of pain. When Long Chen turned around, he had already seen the golden-horned blood shark spinning crazily in the entire sea. Its left eye was bleeding, and it was a mess from the collision. It could be seen that the floating blood sword that Long Chen had just used had blinded its left eye. In the distance, Yi Xian was extremely emotional. It seems that when Long Chen fought against me in the past, he still hid his strength. This move is so fast that even I might not be able to dodge it. After its left eye was blinded by Long Chen, the golden-horned blood shark fell into a state of madness. Soon, it used its remaining eye to see Long Chen. In an instant, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The sea water rumbled and fluctuated. That rich killing intent erupted from its body. In an instant, the surrounding monsters that had not reached the god level trembled. On its head, the golden horn erupted with a blazing golden light. Strange golden runes appeared on the golden horn and rotated rapidly. Be careful, the attack of its golden horn can easily penetrate your body. Yi Xian warned from afar. Is that so? Long Chen sneered. Golden lightning flashed on his body. Long Chen's body instantly disappeared. Surrounding the golden-horned blood shark, Long Chen spun at a high speed. Ordinary people could not even see his body clearly. With such a fast rotation, it was not easy for the golden-horned blood shark to aim at him. A large amount of demonic power condensed around the golden horn of the golden-horned blood shark. It was very likely that as long as it aimed at Long Chen, it would be able to release destructive lethality. However, What made the golden-horned blood shark anxious was that this warrior's speed was so fast that it could not aim at him at all. Although the wound on its eye had begun to heal, the terrifying pain still made the golden-horned blood shark extremely irritable and impatient. This was the difference between the nether beasts and the human clan. The human clan had intelligence, and so did the demon clan. However, a part of the demon clan, the nether beasts and the ferocious beasts, did not have this advantage. Finally, the golden-horned blood shark could not bear it anymore. In a fit of anger, a blazing golden light beam erupted from its golden horn and blasted towards Long Chen. Under this golden light beam, the surrounding seawater evaporated and disappeared without a trace. In the originally flat seawater, a channel was concave. This blazing golden light beam was somewhat similar to the golden eye of annihilation of the Jin clan, one of the 9 major clans in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. However, in terms of power, this golden light beam was countless times stronger than the golden eye of annihilation. Rumble. The blazing golden light beam was blasted away. Long Chen's face was suffused with a golden radiance. He could see that the golden light beam was heading towards him. However, Long Chen wasn't worried. He was advancing at a high speed. In an instant, he increased his speed. In a flash, the blazing golden light beam brushed past his body. So hot. Fortunately, it brushed past him, so it did not hurt Long Chen at all. However, the degree of heat still made Long Chen feel a little uncomfortable. If he was hit directly, Long Chen's entire body would probably melt. The golden light beam brushed past him and poured into the seawater. In an instant, a large amount of blood-colored seawater was evaporated. Good chance. After executing this attack, the golden-horned blood shark had fallen into a state of exhaustion. This was the best opportunity for Long Chen to kill it. At this moment, Long Chen escaped into the seawater and turned into a golden lightning. He instantly approached the golden-horned blood shark. The golden-horned blood shark was in a daze and did not discover Long Chen's position. At this moment, Long Chen rushed into the sky and slashed down with his sword. Zhan Long in an instant, the blood-colored sword light was like a waterfall. There were countless tiny sword lights in it. It slashed down densely like a huge knife. Before the golden-horned blood shark could react, the floating blood sword swept past the body of the golden-horned blood shark. Puchi! An ear-piercing sound was heard. Long Chen directly cut off the spine of the golden-horned blood shark. He then rushed out and lowered his head. The golden-horned blood shark could no longer scream. This was because the golden-horned blood shark had already been split into 2 by Long Chen. It was already dead. A large amount of fresh blood gushed out and merged with the nether blood sea. Long Chen quickly used the devouring blood world to gather all the blood and put it together with the corpse of the golden-horned blood shark into the great void realm. Don't let the beast soul go. The beast soul of a god-level demon beast is very precious. If it is given to a talisman master, it can be used to create a spirit beast talisman and have other uses. While Long Chen was cleaning up the corpse of the golden-horned blood shark, Yi Xian immediately came over. He took out a high-level soul-gathering pearl and put the golden-horned blood shark's almost physical beast soul into the soul-gathering pearl. The beast soul is the difference between the nether beasts and the demon clan. The beast soul of the nether beasts, other than being stronger, there is no evolution. However, the beast soul of the demon god-level demon clan is almost the same as our god martial soul. Even if the physical body dies, their beast soul can survive. Perhaps this is the reason why the demon clan can transform into human form. At the place where the beast soul was collected, Yi Xian said with some emotion, "So that's how it is." Long Chen remembered it in his mind. At this time, Yi Xian gave the soul-gathering pearl to Long Chen and said, "For you, this is your spoil of war." Long Chen did not say anything and kept it. Although he did not need this thing, Yi Xian's family background was much better than his, so he also did not need this thing. After finally finishing off the golden-horned blood shark, Long Chen and Yi Xian both heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Yi Xian looked at Long Chen with a monstrous gaze and said, "You really are a monster. You killed the golden-horned blood shark so easily. I thought I would have to do it." "Screw you." Long Chen looked around and said, "There is such a big commotion here, and there is also the smell of blood. Let's leave quickly." The two looked at each other and headed towards the depths of the nether blood sea. In this nether blood sea, it was difficult to have any traces of battle, especially since Long Chen had already taken away all the things of the golden-horned blood shark. Chapter 959. However, it was still a great help to Long Chen in honing his ability to kill. Especially by collecting the blood essence of this kind of deity-level nether beast, Long Chen could use blood refinement chi to replenish his quintessential chi in battle. Just as Long Chen and Long Chen left, Dugu Jun came to where they were. Looking at the traces of the battle between Long Chen and the golden-horned blood sharks, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "This is bad. How did these two guys get into such big trouble when they just arrived here? These golden-horned blood sharks are nether beasts that live in groups. Moreover, the direction they are heading in." Thinking of this, Dugu Jun's expression changed. His body flashed and instantly disappeared on the spot, chasing ahead. Long Chen and Yi Xian moved forward for a short distance before Long Chen stopped. Suddenly, Long Chen frowned. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian also felt a thick bloody and murderous aura emanating from the surroundings. At this moment, in Long Chen's perception, the entire nether blood sea shook. The blood water that soared to the sky danced in the sky. With a loud bang, the entire world was filled with blood water. Long Chen and Yi Xian were both trapped in a small space of blood water. "Break!" Yi Xian made a prompt decision and sent out a punch. Suddenly, a huge force was released and the huge force blasted out a huge passage. Yi Xian was a person who could fly. At this moment, he pulled Long Chen along the passage and rushed into the sky. The blood water that soared to the sky caused the entire sea to boil. In this boiling sea, more than 10 golden horns appeared. These horns were exactly the same as the golden-horned blood sharks from before. Obviously, there were more than 10 golden-horned blood sharks around them. How can this be? So many golden-horned blood sharks suddenly appeared. Yi Xian's face revealed a shocked expression. With so many golden-horned blood sharks, even he was a little nervous. Long Chen counted. There were a total of 14 golden-horned blood sharks surrounding them. At this moment, 6 or 7 rays of blood-colored light shot towards Long Chen. This was the effect of the golden-horned blood shark using the power of the seawater to rush into the air and form a flying effect. Even if Yi Xian was in mid-air, he might be killed by so many golden-horned blood sharks. A single golden-horned blood shark was already very troublesome for Long Chen to deal with. In terms of demonic energy, the golden-horned blood shark was similar to a warrior who had just entered the first LV of the divine martial realm. Yi Xian was a warrior who had completed the first LV of the divine martial realm. It was still possible for him to deal with a few or even 10 of them. There were a total of 14 terrifying golden-horned blood sharks. This would depend on the ability of Long Chen. Yi Xian originally wanted to pull Long Chen away. But at this moment, he found that not only did Long Chen not leave, but he also displayed the dragon soul transformation. At the same time, the cold and bloodthirsty divine sword Floating Blood also appeared in Long Chen's hand and was tightly grasped in his hand. Let's see who can kill more. This is a rare opportunity. With a laugh, Long Chen broke free from Yi Xian's restraint and turned into a golden lightning, descending rapidly. Yi Xian widened his eyes and immediately smiled helplessly. He admitted that Long Chen was a madman. The biggest difference between him and Long Chen was that Long Chen was more ruthless and bold than him. This also made Long Chen more terrifying when he fought with him. Only by constantly breaking through the limits could there be greater progress. The dozen of golden-horned blood sharks in front of him, a first-grade divine realm nether beast, was a limit. Puff. Following closely behind Long Chen, Yi Xian also held the blood-red long saber in his hand. The blood-red long saber was also floating blood. Its overall strength was similar to Long Chen's floating blood saber. The sword was the king of weapons, while the saber was the overlord of weapons. This kind of relationship was like a lion being the king of beasts and a tiger being the overlord of beasts. 2 floating blood sabers appeared at the same time. Long Chen chose to fight recklessly, while Yi Xian also chose to accompany him. When Long Chen descended, there were already 2 golden-horned blood sharks that had leaped out of the deep sea and surrounded Long Chen. From Long Chen's body, they could feel the aura of their dead companion. From this, they could confirm that Long Chen was the enemy who killed the golden-horned blood sharks. They were social animals, and they valued the lives of their companions very much. However, this kind of ferociousness was exactly what Long Chen wanted to face. Generally speaking, at a critical moment of life and death, people could unleash their hidden potential and burst out with even more powerful strength. When the blood-red, jade-like sharp long sword approached the 2 golden-horned blood sharks, it suddenly spun. In an instant, a huge blood-red vortex formed on the sword. This entire vortex was formed by tiny blood-red sword qi. Because Long Chen's sword soul was a dragon-shaped martial soul, Long Chen was an ancient blood spiritual dragon. The sword qi also contained a kind of majesty that came from an ancient super overlord, causing a strong deterrent force to these golden-horned blood sharks. Chaotic sword demon. After the stirring blood-red vortex sword qi enveloped the two golden-horned blood sharks, there was an ear-piercing sound in an instant. This was the sound of the sword qi hitting the golden-horned blood sharks. Long Chen's speed was very fast, so the speed of his sword was also very fast. Under the execution of this move by Long Chen, the golden-horned blood sharks couldn't dodge at all. A blood-red shadow quickly swept past the two golden-horned blood sharks. It could be seen that these two golden-horned blood sharks let out miserable cries. Their bodies were full of bone-deep wounds. At this moment, they were already covered in wounds and were on the verge of death. Long Chen suddenly turned around and retreated. A soaring sword qi slashed down and directly split the two golden-horned blood sharks in half. At the same time, he quickly put away the bodies of the two golden-horned blood sharks. This was because at this moment, Long Chen had almost landed on the surface of the sea, and more golden-horned blood sharks noticed the murderer, Long Chen. They roared angrily at Long Chen. At this moment, there were a total of 3 golden rays aimed at Long Chen. On the golden horns of the 3 golden-horned blood sharks, there were golden runes rotating. A huge amount of power was accumulated on their horns, and they were ready to use a fatal blow on Long Chen. However, Long Chen was not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he revealed an excited look. Looking back, Yi Xian was holding the floating blood sword in his hand. He had already used Zhan Long and killed 2 golden-horned blood sharks directly. It seemed that they felt that Yi Xian was even more powerful. 6 of the remaining 10 golden-horned blood sharks charged towards Yi Xian. On Long Chen's side, there were a total of 4 golden-horned blood sharks. 3 of them had already launched an attack on Long Chen, while the other one used its super strong physical strength and dashed towards Long Chen. It opened its bloody mouth and a nauseating stench appeared. Its sharp teeth were obviously going to tear Long Chen in half. At this moment, Long Chen had a plan. He did not retreat, but directly rushed towards the golden-horned blood shark that was preparing to bite him. The floating blood sword in his hand suddenly slashed down. Because Long Chen had used Zhan Long before, it had left a deep impression on the golden-horned blood sharks, so the golden-horned blood shark subconsciously dodged. With your intelligence you want to fight with me? Long Chen laughed in his heart. This was just a feint. When the golden-horned blood shark dodged, he suddenly accelerated and turned into a golden bolt of lightning. He instantly rushed to the side of the golden-horned blood shark. His hands were claws that clasped the body of the golden-horned blood shark tightly. The sharp claws directly pierced into the body of the golden-horned blood shark and dug out a large piece of flesh. Therefore, Long Chen was also glued to the body of the golden-horned blood shark. Hiss! The golden-horned blood shark let out a cry of pain. It frantically shook its body, trying to throw Long Chen off its body. At this moment, it still did not know Long Chen's purpose. At this moment, the other 3 golden-horned blood sharks finally charged towards Long Chen with the golden blazing light pillars that they had accumulated for a long time. They had to release the power that they had accumulated. Otherwise, the huge power would probably cause them to explode. Rumble! With 3 consecutive explosions, the golden light pillars lit up the entire Nether Blood Sea. In the gray sky with the color of blood, 3 blazing golden light pillars shot towards Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen had just clasped onto the body of another golden-horned blood shark. Turn! Under Long Chen's control, the golden-horned blood shark was in great pain. It quickly turned its body and blocked Long Chen, becoming Long Chen's shield. Many thanks. Long Chen laughed out loud. With a push of his feet, he turned into a golden lightning bolt and escaped at the fastest speed possible. As for that golden-horned blood shark, because of the attacks of its 3 partners, it was vaporized into ashes in a very short period of time. It was dead. At the same time, a lot of the Nether Blood Sea's seawater also disappeared. A huge cloud of steam formed, blurring everyone's vision. This was a great opportunity. After the other party finished casting its ultimate skill, Long Chen's golden lightning formed an arc and quickly approached the 3 golden-horned blood sharks that were shrouded in mist. Zhan Long, another golden-horned blood shark, was put into the Great Void Realm by Long Chen. When Long Chen was ready to kill the remaining 2 golden-horned blood sharks and then help Yi Xian, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. This aura was 100 times more terrifying than the golden-horned blood shark in front of him. It was a power that Long Chen could not resist at all. It directly told him that he had to escape quickly. Otherwise, he and Yi Xian would both die in this place. Go! With Yi Xian here, Long Chen could not use the blood escape for a while. After all, he could not leave his brother alone. Turning into a golden lightning bolt, Long Chen rushed towards Yi Xian. He did not need to say much. He was sure that Yi Xian also knew that danger was approaching. Chapter 960. At this moment, the mist caused by the battle had completely dissipated, and Long Chen's vision became clear. Those golden-horned blood sharks gathered 50 meters in front of him, looking in a certain direction. In their eyes there was a kind of worship mentality. Not good. There must be a stronger nether beast appearing. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat as this thought appeared in his mind. At this moment, Yi Xian also came in the direction of Long Chen. His expression was also somewhat anxious. It was obvious that he had also realized that an even more terrifying danger was approaching. This kind of danger was much more terrifying than the danger of the dozen golden-horned blood sharks. This kind of danger could instantly take Long Chen's life. Just before Yi Xian got close, Long Chen felt an incomparably huge soul fluctuation in the direction where the golden-horned blood sharks were worshipping. A suffocating aura was released unscrupulously, making people feel terrified. At this moment, as if it was very normal, a small shark that was about 1.5 meters long surfaced from the sea. This was a small silver shark. Other than the silver color of its body being different from the blood color of the golden-horned blood sharks, it also had a golden horn. Golden-horned silver shark. Yi Xian shouted this name in shock. This is one of the legendary overlords of the Nether Blood Sea. I didn't expect it to really exist. The golden-horned silver shark is a supreme king born from the golden-horned blood sharks. Its strength is at the 3rd grade of the divine level. A 3rd grade divine level nether beast. In other words, this cute golden-horned silver shark that was only 1.5 meters long was a warrior of the netherworld general level. A warrior of this level could simply kill Long Chen and Yi Xian in an instant. In front of this golden-horned silver shark, Long Chen and Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. In an instant, their faces turned extremely pale. The people of the Netherworld army could only guess the existence of the golden-horned blood shark. If they were sure of its existence, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have provoked the golden-horned blood shark from before. In the end, this super overlord of the Netherworld Blood Sea was drawn out. Looking at the current situation, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Long Chen wasn't as nervous as Yi Xian. His face was deathly pale because he knew that Dugu Jun was nearby. Dugu Jun was heading towards Long Chen at an astonishing speed. In a very short period of time, Dugu Jun would arrive. At this moment, the golden horn and silver shark was already looking at Long Chen and Yi Xian. Its 2 silver eyes were full of silent deterrence. This golden horn and silver shark might look cute, but when it looked at its eyes, even Long Chen felt a kind of fear deep in his soul. It wasn't just fear, it was terror. This golden horn and silver shark was definitely the most terrifying demonic beast that Long Chen had ever seen. Such a demonic beast had definitely existed for thousands of years. It was definitely an old monster. At this moment, Yi Xian had already reached Long Chen's side. Long Chen was prepared to let him enter the Great Void Realm, but it was already too late. A silver halo suddenly appeared in the eyes of the golden horn and silver shark, heading towards the direction of Long Chen and Yi Xian. Although it was very slow, but Long Chen and Yi Xian had a feeling of being completely imprisoned, unable to move at all. Death was so close to the two of them. Yi Xian. Dugu Jun's voice was mournful. The turbulence of the seawater was caused by the rage of the golden horn and silver shark. When Dugu Jun appeared, the golden horn and silver shark focused its attention on Dugu Jun, who was at the same level as it, and poured its anger onto Dugu Jun. In this urgent situation, Dugu Jun originally wanted to let Long Chen and Yi Xian escape from danger first, while he fought alone. However, he was a step too late. In the crazy turbulence of the seawater, Long Chen and Yi Xian were swept away in a short moment. Dugu Jun originally wanted to catch up, but the super overlord of the seawater, the golden horn and silver shark, blocked him. Since they were here, it would not be so easy to leave. The golden horn and silver shark was the super emperor of this sea area. It was not easy to escape from its territory. Although Dugu Jun was an expert at the peak of the third level of the divine martial realm and was much stronger than the Golden Horn and Silver Shark, the Netherblood Sea was the territory of the Golden Horn and Silver Shark. Naturally, his strength would be greatly reduced. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen and Yi Xian were swept away by the turbulent seawater. Anyway, I put the child leaf on Yi Xian. With the mother leaf given to me by the city lord, I will definitely be able to catch up with him. I just hope that he can survive when I deal with the Golden Horn and Silver Shark. Dugu Jun decided to deal with the annoying Golden Horn and Silver Shark first, and then look for Yi Xian. When he left the city lord's mansion, Yi Xian gave him a magical leaf. That was the mother leaf. This child leaf and mother leaf were a kind of magical leaf that could sense each other's existence. As long as the distance between the two did not exceed 100,000 miles, they could sense each other. Yi Xian had the child leaf, given by his sister. Therefore, although Dugu Jun did not know where Yi Xian had gone, when he calmed down, he could look for Yi Xian. Before that, the only thing he had to do was to repel the annoying Golden Horn and Silver Shark. Dugu Jun's eyes instantly turned cold. When the seawater was turbulent, Long Chen realized what would happen. The entire sea area was under the control of the Golden Horn and Silver Shark. With such a huge seawater turbulence, Long Chen could not withstand it. Therefore, at this critical moment, he could only ensure that he and Yi Xian would not be separated. "Hold me!" He stretched out his hand. As expected, Yi Xian also realized the same thing. Both of them grabbed each other's arms. In the next moment, they were swept to some unknown place in the Netherblood Sea by the impact of the huge seawater. That huge force simply caused Long Chen and Dugu Jun to be bruised and swollen. Their arms that were grabbing each other almost loosened. However, at this critical moment, a person's desire to win was very strong. Without the strength to resist, Long Chen could only endure. After about an hour, the two of them were finally rushed out of the Golden Horn and Silver Shark's area of rampage. The surrounding blood-red sea area began to stabilize. A huge wave of water pressure pressed on the two of them. Even with Long Chen's body, it was difficult for him to withstand the huge pressure of the bloodwater. With great difficulty, the two of them recovered and heaved a sigh of relief. "We have reached the bottom of the Netherblood Sea." Long Chen felt that it was so dark that he couldn't see anything. He realized that his feet were actually stepping on the ground. From this, it could be seen that they had already reached the bottom of the sea. Grandpa Dugu actually followed us. This matter made Yi Xian very surprised. After pondering for a while, he continued, "Forget it. This time, the two of us were too rash. We didn't understand the horror of this Netherblood Sea and thought that killing a Golden Horn blood shark would be fine. Now, we should hurry up and escape from this Netherblood Sea, then wait for Grandpa Dugu to find us." Long Chen also felt that it should be so. He nodded. At this moment, when the two of them were about to leave, they suddenly realized that there seemed to be a demonic red light not far away. "What is that?" A refreshing fragrance came from that direction. Smelling this fragrance, the two of them felt a sense of tranquility. Even the fragrance on their bodies seemed to be gradually recovering. Demon Blood Red Lotus. Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up. "What is it?" Long Chen hurriedly asked. "I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing in this place. Our Yi clan has a red lotus jade pendant. Legend has it that it was formed from a demon blood red lotus. Of course, it's impossible to have two red lotus jade pendants. However, the demon blood red lotus is a divine grade 2 elixir. The lotus seeds formed from the demon blood red lotus can be given to alchemists to refine many kinds of elixirs. They all have great effects. The biggest effect is to increase one's perception and comprehension ability. This is very important." Long Chen used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to take a look. Within a mile, there seemed to be no danger. "Let's go and take a look." The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly walked over. However, when they got closer, Yi Xian suddenly frowned and said disappointedly, "This demon blood red lotus is actually dead. It's impossible for there to be any more lotus seeds. What's left is just a shell. Even if it's just a shell, it still has such a refreshing fragrance." However, Long Chen felt that this demon blood red lotus was a little strange. The two of them continued walking forward. Soon, they arrived above the demon blood red lotus. They could see that this demon blood red lotus was round in shape, with a diameter of about 10 meters. The outer layer was still a demonic red lotus, while the inner layer was dry. Indeed, The precious red lotus seeds were long gone. Let's go. This demon blood red lotus has no value anymore, Yi Xian said helplessly. Chapter 961. At the same time that Long Chen saw the groove, Yi Xian also noticed it. He didn't think that it was the groove of the red lotus jade pendant at first. The shape of this groove seems very familiar. Yi Xian observed it carefully for a while, then clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Isn't this the shape of the red lotus jade pendant that has been passed down in my family? Why is it here?" Long Chen knew that there was a huge seal in the Nether Blood Sea. Countless restrictions formed a seal. The demon blood red lotus in front of him was born at the bottom of the Nether Blood Sea, and there was a groove in the middle of the lotus platform. Didn't this mean that the key to the Nether Blood Sea was in the demon blood red lotus? Without saying anything, Long Chen extended his hand and touched the groove. Suddenly, a gentle red light was emitted from the groove. Long Chen and Yi Xian quickly retreated. The red light from the groove gradually scattered and condensed into dozens of small red words. A majestic power was emitted from these small words. Long Chen and Yi Xian read them word by word. As long as the descendants of Yi Wushang hold the red lotus jade pendant, they can open the Godslayer's tomb. After passing through all the checkpoints, they can obtain my inheritance treasure. Reading these words, Long Chen didn't think much of it. After all, he didn't know who Yi Wushang and the Godslayer were. However, Yi Xian's expression changed. There was a huge shock on his face. It could be said that this matter was completely out of his expectations and gave him a huge shock. Yi Wushang, Yi Clan, Red Lotus Jade Pendant. This information made Yi Xian's brain short-circuit. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "The Red Lotus Jade Pendant is an inherited treasure of your Yi Clan. In other words, this Yi Wushang is 100% an ancestor of your Yi Clan. I'm guessing that if you place the Red Lotus Jade Pendant into this groove, you will be able to enter the Godslayer's tomb." Long Chen wasn't shocked, and his analysis became much clearer. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face revealed an even more shocked expression. "What's going on? This Yi Wushang is a very abnormal person," Long Chen asked. Yi Xian nodded and muttered to himself. Yi Wushang was the most famous person in the Netherworld Prefecture tens of thousands of years ago. He was the founder of the Netherworld Army, the first Netherworld Emperor. At his peak, he reached the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the heavenly Tao of heaven and earth. Even the Lord of the Netherworld Prefecture at that time had to bow down to him. Yi Wushang, because he created the killing Tao, was called the God-Slayer of his generation. His strength was at the top of the Eastern Royal Region. Even the true martial Emperor Palace had invited him. This person is simply the strongest person in the history of the Netherworld Prefecture, a legend. He is actually the ancestor of my Yi Clan. Yes, our Yi Clan has the 7-kill bloodline, and Yi Wushang's surname is also Yi. We also inherited the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. Obviously, we are related to Yi Wushang. I didn't expect Yi Wushang to be our ancestor. I have to tell my sister this important news as soon as possible. Brother Chen, let's hurry back to the City Lord's mansion of the Ghost City. Long Chen thought about it for a while, then nodded. An expert at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the heavenly Tao of heaven and earth. Thinking about this, Long Chen was a little shocked. An expert at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm wasn't just an ordinary expert. He was at least one of the top experts in the 3 great imperial domains. The inheritance left by such an expert would attract all the experts of the Netherworld Prefecture. In the entire Eastern Royal Region, there were not many warriors at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. In a place like the Netherworld Prefecture, the strongest warrior was only at the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm, who had just passed the 9th Heaven Thunder Tribulation. Not only the Netherworld Prefecture, but also the people of Emperor Dong's palace, who heard that Yi Wushang's inheritance had appeared, would come to fight for it. Back then, because Yi Wushang had killed too many people, he was smashed into pieces by the palace lord of Emperor Dong's void-breaking power, and disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing behind. I didn't expect that he had left a mausoleum in the depths of the Nether Blood Sea. This important news will bring great changes to our Yi Clan, so we can't leak it. At the same time, we have to go back and tell my sister this news. After they understood everything, they sat down and were ready to leave. Long Chen also realized the importance of this matter. Of course, he didn't want to covet the inheritance of the Yi Clan. After all, It was left to them by their ancestors. However, Yi Xian was Long Chen's brother now, and Yi Xian was Long Chen's master. If there were others who coveted the inheritance of the killing god, he wouldn't be polite. The killing god of the generation, no wonder the whole Nether Blood Sea would burst out such a huge murderous aura. The restriction seal of the Nether Blood Sea was probably set up by the killing god Yi Wushang himself. Yi Wushang is neither good nor evil. It's hard to tell. He has already killed millions of people, and millions of people died in his hands. However, most of the millions of people were evil. His merits and demerits are not clear even in history. But my sister seems to hate this kind of person. She never thought that such a nature-defying person was the ancestor of our Yi clan. No wonder our Yi clan seems to have a special origin. In the process of leaving, Yi Xian murmured. Long Chen was about to speak, but at this moment, his expression changed greatly again, because he felt that there were a total of 5 super experts that Long Chen couldn't figure out, coming in the direction of the demon blood red lotus at an incomparably fast speed, arriving in an instant. It's Dugu Jun and the golden horn and silver shark, causing such a huge commotion. Dugu Jun came here. Luckily he didn't notice the demon blood red lotus. Oh no, there's someone beside the demon blood red lotus. The 5 people, who were 5 meters away from Long Chen, were chatting. When they neared, one of them sensed the presence of Long Chen and Yi Xian. In an instant, the 5 experts burst out with a speed that shocked Long Chen, appearing in front of Long Chen and Yi Xian in an instant. The 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, were all middle-aged, and their physiques were different. The only similarity was that they were all wearing the Netherworld armor of the Netherworld army. With one look, one could tell that it was a very high-level Netherworld armor. Most importantly, among these people, there was one person that Long Chen recognized, and that was one of the Netherworld generals under Sumo Su Tian. 5 great Netherworld generals. Yi Xian took a step back and sucked in a breath of cold air. He and Long Chen were both in despair, because they realized that under the suppression of these 5 Heaven Realm experts, they were almost unable to move. That's right, Long Chen realized to his dismay that these 5 experts were on the same level as the Golden Horn Blood Shark. Their gazes directly suppressed Long Chen and Yi Xian, rendering them unable to move. Yi Xian was only 3 meters away from Long Chen, but Long Chen couldn't get close to him, not even a finger. Yi Xian. Long Chen. Su Tian walked to the front, looked at Long Chen and Yi Xian for a while, then laughed and said, I didn't expect the 2 of you to come here. What a pity, especially you, Long Chen. That day, when I saw you kick my daughter out of the arena, my heart ached for a long time. Oh, this is City Lord Yi Xian's brother, and this is her new personal disciple. You can wear out iron shoes everywhere, but you found them without any effort. One of the bewitching men covered his mouth and said with a chuckle. At that moment, Long Chen's brain was spinning rapidly. Obviously, these people should have been guarding here for a long time. The 5 generals knew about the existence of the Demon Blood Red Lotus. This meant that Sumo was sure about the existence of the Demon Blood Red Lotus and the inheritance of the killing god. Sumo didn't tell Yi Xian about it, but asked the 5 generals to guard here. There must be something fishy about this. The other party didn't seal their mouths, so Long Chen and Yi Xian could only speak. Yi Xian and Long Chen didn't have a good impression of Sumo. At that moment, Yi Xian said, Why did you seal us? What do you want? Oh, you're still in the dark. Su Tian laughed coldly. His appearance was originally tall, skinny and cold. At this moment when he laughed, it was exceptionally scary. You guys have probably seen the secret of the Demon Blood Red Lotus. That's right, your Yi clan is the descendant of Yi Wushang. Your Red Lotus Jade Pendant is also something that can open the killing god's tomb. These are all important things to us. Since you small fries know about it, there's no need for you to continue living. From Su Tian's words, Long Chen and Yi Xian could basically confirm that Sumo was definitely an enemy. The person sent to kill me should be Sumo. At the brink of death, Long Chen and Yi Xian could only calm down and look for a chance to escape. The 5 of them separated and surrounded Long Chen and Yi Xian in the middle. They were discussing how to deal with the 2 of them. They already knew the secret of this place, so they definitely couldn't let them go. That's right. The person who tried to assassinate you was indeed Marshal Mo Su Tian, and the others had completely suppressed Long Chen and Long Chen. They weren't worried at all that Long Chen and Yi Xian could escape. Therefore, the few of them had the intention to tease them. The feeling of solving the conspiracy one by one was very refreshing. Why? Yi Xian gritted his teeth and said. Chapter 962. Yi Xian finally understood what was going on. As for Long Chen, there was no need to even mention him. His brain had always been faster than others. In just an instant, he had understood everything. No wonder I felt that Sumo was very gloomy. It turned out that it was because of the inheritance of the killing god. However, it was not so easy for Master to get his hands on it. As long as Sumo did not reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm, Master would not marry him. He was worried that Master would pass the red lotus jade pendant to Yi Xian before that. So he sent people to assassinate Yi Xian. He did not expect that because of me, he would miscalculate again and again. After understanding everything, Long Chen felt even more terrified. This meant that the other party would definitely not let them go again. Yi Xian was still fine. Now that Yi Xian was in their hands and he knew the secret, they would definitely not let him go. So the other party could imprison Yi Xian and then they could negotiate with Yi Xian. However, Long Chen was different. He had no value. In other words, Long Chen guessed that the other party would kill him first. Thinking of this, Long Chen felt a headache. He had to force himself to calm down, otherwise, he would definitely die. After knowing the whole truth, Yi Xian became extremely angry. He looked at the 5 generals of hell with his blood-red eyes and sneered. I see. I did not expect the Su family to have such an idea. I have not liked Sumo for a long time. I did not expect him to not only be a bad person, but an evil bastard. However, my sister is still much stronger than Sumo. As long as Sumo does not reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm, he will not be able to meet my sister. Really? Martial Sumo is a very charming man. No matter how strong a woman is, she will still be ridden by a man in the end. Therefore, the inheritance of the killing god is definitely not far away from Martial Mo. Besides, we have you in our hands. Even if things go south in the end, with you as a hostage, with how much Yi Xian loves you, she will definitely take out the red lotus jade pendant. Isn't she the one in charge of the Yi clan? Hearing that he was going to be a hostage, Yi Xian became even more furious. He gritted his teeth and glared at the 5 netherworld generals. Calm down. Long Chen's voice finally calmed him down a little. In fact, Long Chen's scalp was tingling. Our only hope is Dugu Jun, Long Chen pondered for a while. He knew that Dugu Jun was definitely looking for them now. Although he didn't know if Dugu Jun could resist them, he was at least a ray of hope. He had to let Yi Xian know about this. Long Chen was silent, but his spirit-devouring demon eyes were paying attention to every movement around him. As for this person, he should be the young man who ruined General Mo's plans twice. He is truly handsome. I heard that he even defeated Su Shui. Unfortunately, he no longer has any value to us, the young underworld general said with a charming smile. Since that is the case, then kill him. Give his head to my daughter. My daughter will be very happy. Su Tian laughed coldly. Yi Xian panicked and shouted, If you dare, I will not let you get anything. You mean you will commit suicide? The young netherworld general looked at Yi Xian with interest. It doesn't matter if I commit suicide. Anyway, Martial Mo will have a big plan on the 15th of August. When that time comes. She didn't continue speaking. Instead she laughed. Every netherworld general was someone who had lived for thousands of years. Long Chen and Yi Xian were just rookies in front of them. These words simply angered Yi Xian to death. Who will do it? I haven't seen blood in a long time, the young netherworld general said. Let me do it. Su Tian stepped forward. As long as he made a move, Long Chen wouldn't have any strength left. Seeing that he was only one step away from the god martial arts realm, could it be that he had to use the blood sacrifice again? If he used the blood escape technique, even if Long Chen had no way to defeat these people, he still had a way to break their bindings and escape from here. Seeing Su Tian approaching, Long Chen was ready. At this moment, Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eye sensed the presence of Dugu Jun. Judging from the path Dugu Jun was taking, he clearly knew where Long Chen and Yi Xian were. For a martialist at the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm, a 5-kilometer distance was covered in an instant. When Long Chen discovered Dugu Jun, he arrived in front of Long Chen and Yi Xian in less than the blink of an eye. Dugu Jun's arrival made the hearts of the 5 netherworld generals tense up. Among the 5 of them, one was a warrior at the exceptional LV3 of the divine martial arts realm. The other 4, including Su Tian, were all warriors at the initial LV3 of the divine martial arts realm. The warrior at the exceptional LV3 was as strong as Dugu Jun, while the other 4 were weaker than Dugu Jun. After Dugu Jun arrived, he still didn't understand what was going on. He only knew that the 5 of them had imprisoned Long Chen and Yi Xian, and their faces were filled with killing intent. What do the 5 of you mean by this? From your looks, it seems like you want to attack the people of the city lord residence, Dugu Jun guessed when he saw Yi Xian's angry expression. Su Tian and the other 4 looked at each other and knew that this was not good. Dugu Jun was a very difficult character to deal with. This was going to be troublesome. For Yi Xian and Long Chen, Dugu Jun was simply a life-saving straw. However, Dugu Jun had already broken their imprisonment. Yi Xian hurriedly ran to Dugu Jun's side. Before Su Tian and the others could speak, Yi Xian said anxiously, "Grandpa Dugu, there's a shocking secret. Our Yi family is the descendant of the killing god, Yi Wushang. The killing god's tomb is here, and the red lotus jade pendant is the key to opening it. The Su family is trying to seize the inheritance of the killing god, so when we found out about the secret, they wanted to kill me and Long Chen. Time was running out, so Yi Xian had no choice but to keep it short." Dugu Jun was also a person who had lived for thousands of years. From Yi Xian's words and the situation just now, he could guess most of the matter in an instant, especially since there was a demon blood red lotus not far from here. Dugu Jun was older than everyone present, and he knew more than anyone else. In fact, he had once suspected that the Yi family was a descendant of Yi Wushang, and had heard of similar news. However, that was a long time ago, and now that Yi Xian mentioned it, it proved that this was a possibility. Thinking about how Sumo tried every means to get close to Yi Xian, and if he became the son-in-law of the Yi family, he would be able to obtain part of the rights to the red lotus jade pendant. From this point of view, Dugu Jun understood very well that based on the current situation, he and the 5 people in front of him were simply mortal enemies. At the first moment, Dugu Jun protected Long Chen and Yi Xian behind him. It was impossible for him to fight 5 people alone, and Dugu Jun still had Yi Xian and Long Chen, the 2 burdens, so he was having a headache now. Enough. At this time, one of the 5 underworld generals walked forward. He was also an old man who was about the same age as Dugu Jun, and his thick aura was very similar to Dugu Jun's. Like Dugu Jun, he was also in the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm, a warrior in the celestial realm. He was the leader of the 5 underworld generals, and he was also a direct descendant of the Su family. In terms of status, he could be considered as Sumo's uncle. Compared to Su Tian, who was a branch family member, his status was much higher. Dugu Jun, since you already know, I'll cut to the chase. Su Tian, Qin Li, capture those 2 brats. You must keep Yi Xian alive. The rest of you, follow me to kill Dugu Jun. His strength was about the same as Dugu Jun's, so it was impossible for him to keep Dugu Jun here alone. Grandpa Dugu, hurry up and leave. Tell my sister this news. If you escape, they won't be able to catch up to you, Yi Xian said anxiously. No. Dugu Jun's face darkened. He waved his hand and said, I can't leave. You guys go, I'll stop them. The 2 of you, remember, you must hurry back to the city lord residence and tell the city lord about this news. Let's spoil the plans of these unscrupulous people. Then, he looked at the old man among the underworld generals and said, Su Heir, you're my old rival. It's been almost 100 years since we last fought. Today, let me see how much you've improved. As he spoke, Dugu Jun spread his arms and laughed mockingly. A strange wave emanated from his body and spread in all directions. The expressions of Su Heir and the others changed instantly. This is his domain of solitude. Do it, Su Heir reminded. In an instant, everyone split up. 3 of them went for Dugu Jun, while Su Tian went for Long Chen with a sinister smile. The young woman named Qin Li went for Yi Xian. In this battle between super experts, Long Chen and Yi Xian could not do anything. They could only watch helplessly. At this moment, Long Chen truly realized how insignificant he was. In a battle between people who were thousands of years old, his life was at the mercy of others. This made Long Chen very indignant, but there was nothing he could do. Anger had long been brewing in his heart. I'm still so far away. Forget about getting Lingxi. I can't even do something like this with my current strength. I really can't accept this. He was extremely indignant. He could only watch helplessly as the other party trampled on him. At this moment, it was time for an all-out attack. Everything was on the verge of exploding. The two of you don't move. Although there were people attacking Long Chen and Yi Xian, Dugu Jun was not in a hurry. With a soft grunt, he spread out his arms. In an instant, a blue ripple spread out, forming a translucent blue ball of light, trapping everyone in it. It's indeed the domain of solitude. When Dugu Jun used this technique, the other party did not panic at all. Chapter 963. There were only about 5 days left until the 15th of August. Long Chen clearly remembered that they had mentioned that Sumo seemed to have some sort of plan for Yi Xian and the others on the 15th of August. The blue ball of light had a diameter of more than 3 miles, trapping everyone within it. The fact that it could even trap someone like Xueqi for 3 days showed how powerful the field of solitude was. It could be said that it was a well-known technique. Only with Dugu Jun's permission could the people inside truly leave. Long Chen and Yi Xian exchanged glances. Under Dugu Jun's control, the two of them quickly headed outside. This speed had already exceeded their original speed. Dugu Jun, you're really getting old. Do you really think that we'll just sit back and watch you send these two little fellows out? We're already familiar with your domain of solitude. Do you think that you'll succeed? Just then, Xueqi burst into laughter. Under his instructions, Qin Li and Su Tian took a detour from the side. Given their speed, they should not have been able to catch up to Long Chen. However, at that moment something unexpected happened. Both Su Tian and Qin Li held a rope that was glowing with a dark green light in their hands. The devil sealing rope. Dat. Dugu Jun's expression finally changed. He knew that even his field of solitude was within his opponent's calculations. The speed of the devil sealing rope was definitely able to catch up to the speed at which he sent Long Chen and Yi Xian out. Once he sent them out, he would be able to fight without any worries. However, the problem was that, given the speed of the devil sealing rope, there was no way that Long Chen and Yi Xian could escape. Amidst Su Tian and Qin Li's sinister laughter, the devil sealing rope transformed into a long ferocious green snake that instantly approached Long Chen and Yi Xian. A nauseating stench assaulted them. Yi Xian. Long Chen had wanted to approach Yi Xian, but under Dugu Jun's control, there was still some distance between him and Yi Xian. At this critical moment, it was too late for Long Chen to rush to Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian was closer to Qin Li, so when the devil sealing rope was shot out, Yi Xian was quickly entangled. Qin Li laughed loudly and dragged Yi Xian in her direction. Under the attack of an expert in the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm, Long Chen couldn't even take care of himself, let alone save Yi Xian. At this moment, Su Tian was laughing coldly. The devil sealing rope was incomparably ferocious as it shot towards Long Chen. To Su Tian, Long Chen had no value, so he used the devil sealing rope to wrap around Long Chen's neck. It seemed that with a gentle twist, he could break Long Chen's neck. At this moment, Long Chen had no choice but to use the blood escape. Whoosh! A bloody light suddenly appeared. Although the devil sealing rope was very fast, the speed of Long Chen's blood escape was slightly faster than the devil sealing rope. It was this slight difference that allowed Long Chen to rush out of the blue light ball and out of the field of solitude, while the devil sealing rope was blocked by the field of solitude. In the end, the devil sealing rope only managed to trap Yi Xian, while Long Chen successfully escaped. Long Chen was extremely regretful. In fact, he had long wanted to bring Yi Xian into his great void realm. However, throughout the process, he had always been under someone else's control. He couldn't even move, which resulted in the current situation of Yi Xian being kidnapped. Yi Xian. In Long Chen's vision, Yi Xian was already in Qin Li's hands, unable to move. Dugu Jun's expression changed drastically as he rushed towards Qin Li. However, Xueqi was already in front of him, laughing continuously. At that moment, Yi Xian also saw the anxious look on Long Chen's face. He quickly thought of something and shouted, "Brother Chen, go back to the city lord's residence. I'll leave the task of telling my sister the news to you. Hurry, Grandpa Dugu is here, and they won't dare to touch me. You have to hurry." Yi Xian was right. He was already trapped, but the other party wouldn't kill him. At most, they would use him as a hostage. However, it was different for Long Chen. If Long Chen stayed here, he would definitely be killed. Therefore he had to leave. He had to tell Yi Xian the news as soon as possible and ruin their plan. Yi Xian's strength was even stronger than Sumo's. The underworld generals here might be powerful against Long Chen, but against a strong cultivator like Yi Xian, they would still be easily trampled. Young friend Long Chen, the fate of the Yi family is in your hands. Don't worry, I will definitely save Yi Xian. You can leave first. Within the domain of solitude, Dugu Jun pondered for a moment and made his decision. Now that Long Chen had escaped, he could only place all his hopes on Long Chen. A heavy pressure was pressing down on him. All right. Long Chen nodded his head solemnly. Since he had promised, he would definitely do it. This was his promise. For some unknown reason, the few underworld generals didn't seem to be too worried even after Long Chen had escaped. Dugu Jun was a little puzzled about this. August 15th. It seems like there are only 5 days left. By the time this lad returns to the city lord's residence, 10 to 20 days will have passed. By then, the rice will be cooked, and it will be too late. Qinli held on to Yi Xian and said with a smile, "What do you mean?" Dugu Jun's expression changed. "What do we mean? You should figure it out yourself. Old geezer Dugu, you have lived long enough. I don't believe that the few of us can't kill you. As long as you are dead, this domain of solitude will not be able to hold out any longer. When that time comes, I don't believe that the few of us can't catch up to this lad." Dugu Jun's expression changed again. August 15th. Long Chen and Yi Xian exchanged glances. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at him with a resolute gaze. In his eyes, there was still the glow of trust. Even under such a disadvantageous situation, he believed that Long Chen would definitely be able to complete the mission. Good brother. Long Chen's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, he turned and left. Nothing was more important than his brother's trust in him. Even if Long Chen had to give up his life, he would still complete this mission. Su Clan's Netherworld Army. Wait for my return. Hatred grew in Long Chen's chest, burning fiercely. On the Yi clan side, one was Long Chen's brother, and the other was his master. He had long integrated with this clan. Now that someone had dared to make a move against them, it was equivalent to touching Long Chen's reverse scale. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon meant death. Right now, there was only one thing in Long Chen's mind, and that was his own mission. I have to rush back to the city lord's mansion before August 15th. But with my current strength, it seems to be very difficult. Even if his speed was extraordinary, if he rushed at full speed, he estimated that it would still take him 10 days. If he wanted to reduce this time by half, the only thing he could rely on was the blood escape technique. However, every time he used the blood escape technique, it would exhaust Long Chen's true yuan. Therefore, he needed to spend some time to replenish his true yuan. If he continued this process, he estimated that he would need another 7 or 8 days to rush back. After all, restoring true yuan was not an easy task. At this time, Long Chen had to race against time. Blood escape technique. After exhausting his strength, Long Chen used the 10-mile blood escape technique. With his current true yuan, the blood escape technique allowed him to cross the 10-mile distance in an instant. Time reversal. Every 1 to 2 days, he could use the time reversal technique. From the start to the end, it took less than 10 breaths of time. After using the time reversal technique for the first time, Long Chen's true yuan instantly recovered to its full state. After recovering to its original state, Long Chen used the blood escape technique again and finally crossed the 10-mile distance. However, for the entire journey, 10 miles was simply a drop in the ocean. This time, Long Chen's true yuan was exhausted. He needed to calm down and restore his true yuan. Fortunately, Long Chen had killed enough golden-horned blood sharks. At this time, he used the blood of the golden-horned blood sharks to refine his true yuan. This process also required a certain amount of time. If this continues, I definitely won't have enough time. With a loud bang, Long Chen punched the ground. At this time, his eyes were already blood-red. I can't disappoint Yi Xian's trust in me. Long Chen could feel that Yi Xian believed in him no matter what. Just like during the martial arts tournament, people thought that Long Chen would not be Su Xue's opponent, but only Yi Xian firmly believed that Long Chen could fight Su Xue. This trust made Long Chen very touched. At the same time, he absolutely could not let Yi Xian down. After completely restoring his true yuan, Long Chen was ready to use blood escape again. This time, he could not use time reversal. Long Chen estimated that there really wasn't enough time. However, the rise and fall of the entire Yi family was now on Long Chen's shoulders. The responsibility he bore was too great, which forced him to stimulate all his potential. It was just that Long Chen's brain was in a very chaotic state. If the distance of blood escape could be increased, it would be great. My current true yuan is no longer comparable to before, but I only moved forward 10 miles. It seems that a large amount of true yuan has been consumed in useless places. If I can gather this part of true yuan, the distance of my blood escape should be able to increase again. In Long Chen's mind, this spirit formed a force of thought. Go. This time, Long Chen used all his strength and used blood escape again. Boom. A blood-red light flew in the direction of the nether battlefield's entrance. How can I increase the distance of blood escape? In the process of advancing at high speed, Long Chen was very eager to think. Chapter 964. As if it could understand Long Chen's meaning, the mysterious dragon Jade actually moved again. At that moment, Long Chen's entire body trembled. He felt as if his entire body had been sucked into his own sea of consciousness. On the mysterious dragon Jade, streaks of blood vessels were revealed. The red spots of light represented Long Chen's quintessential essence, which was circulating on the mysterious dragon Jade. Long Chen didn't even need to memorize the circulation routes, as Long Chen had already completely engraved them in his mind. Such a scene unfolded in front of his eyes. This was a vast and boundless void. Within the billions and billions of miles of territory, there were only twinkling stars. Some of these stars were incomparably huge, blocking out the sky and the sun. Some were spitting out fiery serpents, which were glittering golden fireballs. Some were very deathly still, but faintly revealed a very abnormal gravity. In the billions of miles of territory in the void, a blood-colored light instantly traversed the endless void. This speed simply made Long Chen feel as if time and space had been thrown into disarray. That blood-colored light faintly revealed an aura that made Long Chen have an impulse to kneel down and worship it. Long Chen felt a deep reverence for that blood-colored light. This scene only flashed past Long Chen's eyes quickly. Then, everything returned to normal. At this time, Long Chen was still in the process of using the blood escape technique. Phew! As he revolved the new blood escape technique, Long Chen discovered that although his speed hadn't increased by much, every quintessential essence was used to move forward. For him, it only took a few blinks of an eye. However, the blood escape technique never stopped. In the end, Long Chen discovered that after advancing at least 100 miles, the quintessential essence in his body had finally been completely burned away. It was very tiring. However, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. The range of blood escape has been increased from 5 kilometers to 50 kilometers. With such a range, as long as their speed doesn't exceed the speed of my blood escape, they won't be able to catch me. Especially when I have enough time reversal when I go crazy, I can travel 200 kilometers with blood escape. Long Chen calculated that in the God martial arts realm, there would be more than 2 levels for each level. For example, although Su Shui and Yi Xian were both in the first level of the God martial arts realm, the Starry Sky realm, there was a big gap between their fighting strength. Similarly, this conversion could be applied to Su Tian and Dugu Jun. In other words, Su Tian, an expert of the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm, compared to Long Chen's current strength of the 8th level of the heaven martial arts realm, was simply higher. It was equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the heaven martial arts realm. Even if Long Chen's fighting capacity was equivalent to the 1st level of the God martial arts realm, there was still a gap of more than 4 levels between him and Su Tian. In the God martial arts realm, there had never been anyone who could surpass 4 levels. Even if it was a sword martial artist who had an outstanding understanding of the way of the sword and was very strong among the same level, they could even surpass 1 level, for example, those who could increase their strength by a dozen times, but it was absolutely impossible for them to surpass 4 levels. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. Therefore, even if Long Chen's blood escape had been improved, he was still far away from their speed. If Dugu Jun hadn't used his magical field of solitude to control them, Long Chen would have been caught by now. Now that the blood escape has been improved, I won't have to worry anymore. If I can break through to the God martial arts realm, then, no matter in any aspect, there will be a huge breakthrough. Dugu Jun was alone, and Yi Xian was still being held hostage. Long Chen actually knew that Dugu Jun wouldn't be able to last long against their siege, and Yi Xian would probably be used as a means to threaten Yi Xian. What Long Chen hated the most was being threatened. Now that his new best friend was in the hands of others, his blood started to boil whenever he thought about it. Now that the blood escape has been improved, I can reach the City Lord's mansion in 5 days. Long Chen had risked his life to reach the City Lord's mansion before the 15th of August. A ray of blood-red light pierced through the nether battlefield. The people along the way could only see a ray of blood-red light appearing in the distance. It swept past in an instant and then disappeared. To them, they would think that it was an illusion. 5 days later, Long Chen saw the dark green formation. The 5 underworld generals didn't catch up in the end. Looking back in the direction of the Nether Blood Sea, Long Chen clenched his fists and said, "Yi Xian, wait for me and Grandpa Dugu." After saying this, Long Chen turned around and entered the formation. The 15th of August was brightly lit. Night had already fallen. Today was the unique light festival of the Serene Hell Mansion. Every household in the Serene Hell Main City was extremely joyous. After nightfall, the entire Serene Hell Main City was quickly immersed in a sea of lights. Colorful lights could be seen everywhere. Under the control of the Talisman Masters, all kinds of lights were shining brightly in the silent night sky. In the center of the City Lord's mansion, there was a tall pagoda called the Rainbow Pagoda. The pagoda lived up to its name, especially today. Under the meticulous decorations of the City Lord's mansion, the entire Rainbow Pagoda had become the symbol of the Nether Main City. From far away, the colorful lights of the Rainbow Pagoda could be seen. In the deep of the night, there were still people admiring the light of the Rainbow Pagoda. Countless tiny lights condensed into a huge 7-colored python that coiled around the entire 7-colored exquisite pagoda. The python's head extended all the way to the top of the 7-colored exquisite pagoda, which was more than 1,000 meters in the sky. Of course, this 7-colored python was also constructed by the Talisman Masters of the City Lord's mansion using talismans and some tricks. The entire night was filled with laughter. This was the busiest day in the Nether Main City. On top of the Rainbow Glass Pagoda, there were all kinds of programs going on. Laughter was incessant, and children were carrying fireworks and laughing. At the top of the Rainbow Glass Pagoda, there was a pavilion. Standing there, one could overlook the lights of the entire Nether Main City. From below, one would think that the Rainbow Glass Pagoda was the most beautiful, but from above, one would realize that the sea of colorful lights was the most beautiful and magnificent. At the top of the Rainbow Glass Pagoda, the wind was stronger, but other than fluttering their clothes, it didn't affect the two people here. A man and a woman. The man was mature and handsome, full of charisma, and the woman was wearing a long dress and had snow-white skin. She looked like a fairy from the legends. Looking at the beautiful scenery below them, both of them stayed silent for a long time. Neither of them spoke. The strong wind blew Yi Xian's long dress, making it flutter in the wind. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind, but it still covered her snow-white skin. On her beautiful face, there was no sign of aging. On the path of cultivation, Yi Xian still had a lot of room for improvement. Therefore, in reality, she was still very young. Sumo, who was next to her, was slightly weaker than Yi Xian in terms of potential. He was already walking the path of middle age. In fact, they were about the same age, but it seemed like Sumo was older than Yi Xian. Another year of bright lights. In the blink of an eye, so much time has passed. Ever since we met, we have spent thousands of these festivals together. For cultivators, a year's time passed in the blink of an eye. The lights of last year seemed to have been extinguished just yesterday. Hearing Yi Xian speak, Sumo turned around and looked at her for a while. His face showed a quiet gentleness, and there was a kind of doting look in his eyes. Yes, 10 years have passed very quickly. You are still young and beautiful, and your beauty is unparalleled, but I am old. Speaking of this, Sumo shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Yi Xian bit her lips lightly, then let go. She didn't look at Sumo, but said firmly, "I am sorry, I have delayed you. It's just that. I cannot break the promise I made." Although it was a joke, we both took it seriously. After so many years, I can only keep going. Otherwise, I will always feel like there is a barrier in my heart that I can't cross. Sumo, is there something wrong with me? Saying these words, Yi Xian was actually struggling in her heart. The man next to her was her childhood sweetheart who had grown up together with her. Her life was filled with his aura. Unfortunately, because of one decision, they had messed around, and they had not been able to get together until now. A long time ago, there was discord between their families. The Su family and the Yi family had always been opposing each other. But now that they were so powerful, if they really wanted to be together, no one would be able to stop them. Especially Yi Xian, who was already the strongest in the Yi family. After listening to her, Sumo shook his head and smiled. I don't blame you. It was my own ambition that tied a dead knot. If I can't get through this, I won't have the face to marry you. Don't think too much about it. Didn't I tell you? I can feel the Oblivion Wind calamity coming soon. In the last 20 years, I will be able to break through to the same level as you. When saying this, Sumo was full of confidence. Is that so? Yi Xian's lips twitched. An unknown light flashed in her eyes. The night gradually deepened. Suemo looked at the petite figure beside him, her curves fully revealed. He already felt a little thirsty. He knew that it was not the right time. He calmed himself down and the two of them gradually sat down on the high rooftop. Facing the howling cold wind, they looked down at the dazzling lights below. Suddenly, Yi Xian's face showed a nostalgic expression. Chapter 965. Sumo couldn't help but chuckle. He fell into nostalgia and said, "Why do you still remember this? It's been so long that I don't even remember it." If you didn't bring it up, when he spoke of this matter, there was an obvious struggle in Sumo's eyes. Yi Xian didn't look at him. The two of them were sitting 1 meter away from each other. Yi Xian looked down at the lights and continued, "Back then, you were already stronger than me, but you gave way to me and let me get the Cloud Dragon pellet. After that, you were beaten up by the elders of your family. You were so pitiful back then." Yi Xian giggled as she talked about this. The beautiful laughter of a nightingale added a lot of beauty to this night filled with lights. Sumo could only lower his head in guilt and laugh along with Yi Xian. However, it was a bit awkward. He couldn't believe that the difference between him and the current him was so huge. There is one more important thing. Once, I ran away from home and went to the Eastern Royal Palace. I was almost killed there, and it was you who saved me and brought me back from there. This is the most memorable thing in my life. Until now, I still haven't thanked you, but I still remember it in my heart. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have the life I have now." When she finished, Yi Xian looked at the man next to her. Her eyes were already filled with tears. This was the most touching thing in her life. Sumo avoided her eyes. Even though so many years had passed and so many things had happened, Yi Xian was still like a child. Her eyes were still so clear. Sumo, on the other hand, was no longer the hot-blooded young man who would give up everything, including his dignity and future, just because he liked someone. In this world, power and conspiracies had long since washed away his soul into incomparable turbidity. About that, haha, actually, I didn't remember it. It's all in the past. We were good friends back then. Me saving you was the right thing to do. I believe you would have done the same. But, you don't know, because I saved a genius like you, I was punished after I went back." Sumo said emotionally. "Punishment?" Yi Xian frowned. She didn't know about this. "After that, I haven't seen you for half a year." "Yeah." Suemo nodded and said, "Because for that half a year, I was recuperating from my injuries. I was beaten up. Our Su family has always been like this. If you do something wrong, you must be punished. Take me for example. When I was young, I was more rebellious, and the punishment was endless. I had my hands and feet broken many times. But now that I'm strong, I've sent those who punished me to hell." Speaking of this, Sumo's face was still calm. Yi Xian shook her head. The Su family's competition rules were indeed much crueler. Especially after Sumo fell in love with a genius from a rival family, he was almost abandoned. All these years, if it wasn't for Sumo's hard work, he wouldn't have been able to stand out from the crowd and achieve what he had today. The two of them chatted about things that had happened in the past. Now that they thought about it, it was indeed hilarious. Yi Xian and Suemo both laughed from time to time. Soon, it was late at night. The night wind was cold and whistling. At this moment, Yi Xian and Sumo had subconsciously moved closer to each other. As they chatted and laughed, Sumo's eyes flashed with struggle, but in the end, he couldn't hide the coldness in his heart. "What's wrong with you? You're shaking." Suddenly, Yi Xian stopped smiling. She looked at the dark sky in the distance and said. The strong wind blew her hair behind her ears, revealing her pale cheeks. Yeah. Sumo awkwardly moved his body and said, really? The two didn't continue the topic. Sumo smiled and said, it's about time. I'll give you a surprise. How about it? Yi Xian's eyes brightened. She smiled and said, hurry up. Sumo acted mysteriously. He waved his hand, and in the dead silent night sky, a few rumbling noises were heard. Look ahead. Sumo pointed at the night sky in front of them. Yi Xian quickly looked over. Colorful fireworks shot into the night sky and formed a few big words in the sky. Yi Xian, I love you. Behind them, there were two more young men who were named Sumo. This time, there should be millions of people in the Spirit City who saw the beautiful fireworks. The big words were bold and simple, just like Sumo's style. Yi Xian was stunned. Suddenly, the fireworks disappeared. But in her heart, she couldn't calm down. Sumo saw that she was deep in thought, so he didn't disturb her. Time passed slowly. Cheers came from below. In fact, in the eyes of the Spirit City's residents, Sumo and Yi Xian were a match made in heaven. Suemo knew that this bold move of his would definitely make Yi Xian's heart waver a little. As expected, once Yi Xian wavered a little and accepted him, then he would be able to move on to the most important step, which was the great fragrance of beauty pill. To be honest, all his preparations tonight were for the sake of the outstanding beauty heavenly fragrance pill. I still have a gift for you. Sumo stuttered. As long as Yi Xian didn't have her guard up at the beginning, once he took out the beauty pill, opened the box and broke the pill, the two of them would be immersed in it. Not only Yi Xian, but even Sumo himself would fall into a sea of lust when he smelled the scent of the beauty pill. Wait. At that moment, Yi Xian waved her hand and said, don't give me anything. I have something in my heart that I need to tell you. Sumo was stunned. He had worked so hard to create this opportunity, and he didn't want to miss it. He insisted, let's talk about it after I give you the gift. All these years, I have received a lot of gifts from you. Sumo, today is the 15th of August. Those few words you just said were the biggest gift you have ever given me. I am very touched. Therefore, I have decided that there are some things that I have been suppressing in my heart that I want to ask you. Yi Xian seemed to be a little emotional. She had made up her mind. What Sumo had prepared before had moved her a lot. Even Sumo himself didn't expect it. He only wanted to move Yi Xian, but he didn't expect it to backfire. You are very nervous. Yi Xian stood up and stood in the middle of the tower. Sumo had no choice but to stand up with her. He was so close to success, but Yi Xian suddenly changed her mind. It seemed like he would have to continue holding it in. No way. At that moment, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with a kind of insight that Suemo couldn't look at directly. Under the moonlight, this beautiful woman actually made Suemo feel ashamed of his own inferiority. Ever since he was young, he had never felt like this. The reason why I told you this is because I feel that if I don't tell you now, I might hurt you. I am sorry. Yi Xian shook her head in pain. She looked at Sumo and said, all this time, I have liked a pure love. I like someone who treats me well and is loyal to me. A long time ago, you were willing to do anything stupid for me. You were even willing to sacrifice your life for me. I really liked you back then. I also thought that we would have a wonderful future together. As she said this, Yi Xian's eyes were filled with tears. Sumo's heart skipped a beat. It was like under Yi Xian's gaze. He had a feeling that he couldn't hide anything, and all his secrets were exposed in front of Yi Xian. What are you talking about? Sumo smiled embarrassedly. I'm talking about. But then you became not the Sumo I knew. It seems like one day, I realized that you had the scent of other women on you. All kinds of women. You kept more and more things from me, and I couldn't see through you anymore. I had to be careful when dealing with you. Even today, you still have the scent of Xueqi on you. Sumo, do you know why I never let you touch me all these years? It's because of your carelessness. I am stronger than you, and I can sense a lot of things that you can't predict. Suemo was completely dumbfounded by these questions. It was like a bolt out of the blue. Sumo was stunned. In fact, he often asked himself why he had given so much, but still couldn't get this woman. Sometimes he didn't want to give up, and he thought that Yi Xian was just acting all high and mighty, but in her heart, he was no longer the same person he used to be. So, even until today, we still haven't had a good ending. Yi Xian bit her pink lips. Her voice was filled with sorrow. Sumo took 2 steps back. He didn't know what to say at this moment, and his heart was in a mess. After taking 2 steps back, Sumo's face turned ferocious. He raised his head and asked, "You will only blame everything on me. If it wasn't for you, would I have changed like this? If it wasn't for me giving you so much, but you still wouldn't accept me, would I be so disheartened, and wouldn't even be able to control my own body? Besides, even if I have the scent of other women on me, so what? I am a normal man, and I need to vent. You changed me." At this moment, Sumo's emotions were stirred up, and he completely forgot about the outstanding beauty heavenly fragrance pill. Chapter 966. Who was right and who was wrong? There was no conclusion. Looking at Yi Xian, who was looking at him with disappointment in her eyes, as well as her words, Sumo's eyes gradually turned blood red. A demon was slowly growing in his heart, and he opened his bloody mouth wide. Sumo laughed coldly and said, "Yes, I am useless. I, Sumo, am useless, and I am not even as good as you, a woman. But have you ever thought about it? It was all because of you that my life changed, that I was pushed aside by my family, that I suffered so much. Every time I was beaten up, I didn't even tell you, and you, on the other hand, could just stay at home and wait for your man to work hard to get you." Hearing this, Yi Xian did not feel good, and the argument between the two gradually escalated. "Did I not work hard? Just like you, I did not want to tell you. It was you who did not persevere, and you have so many excuses. Are you still a man?" The conflict that had been accumulating for so long finally exploded today. Before this, Sumo was still polite in front of her, but after that mask was torn off, everything changed. To be honest, Yi Xian only had one man in her heart, and that was Sumo. She had tried so hard to be with him, but just as they were about to succeed, he seemed to have changed into a different person, which made her feel bad. When they could finally be together, she retreated, because she felt that the person in front of her was no longer the one she liked and liked. There was too much resentment and revenge in his heart. "I am not a man." Sumo laughed angrily very loudly, then looked at Yi Xian coldly and said, "Do you doubt that? Yi Xian, don't act all high and mighty in front of me. To be honest, I have seen through you a long time ago. You are just a woman, and I, Sumo, can have as many as I want. I play with one every night, and there is no repeat. I have stayed by your side for so many years just to make you lower your guard against me, but I never thought that in your heart, this is the image I have. Sad, sad. It seems like the last gift I prepared for you is not going to be of any use. From tomorrow onwards, I will apply to leave the Spirit City. After all, what I have persevered for so many years has not come to fruition, and I do not have the face to stay here anymore." Amidst the sarcasm, deep in Sumo's eyes, there was still a trace of savagery. His words were 70% true, and 30% false. The last present. Yi Xian took 2 steps back in a daze. She realized that her confession tonight might not have made him turn back, but had made him leave her completely. The feeling of being cut off was extremely painful. She looked at the man in front of her, who seemed to be in pain as well. She believed that the first half of what he said was just an unintentional blurting out of excitement. "Don't worry, I will give you this gift, and then I will leave." Sumo took 2 steps forward, feeling a little nervous, because he had finally found an opportunity. He knew that Yi Xian must be in a mental breakdown right now, and she might even be sad. Under such a situation, she would definitely not be on guard against him. If he took out the fragrance of beauty pill now, it would definitely be effective. "Bitch, I will let you act all high and mighty. Step on me under your feet. Once you get hit by this fragrance of beauty pill, I will take you to the highest place in the Spirit City and play with you 100 times. I want to see when you are panting under my crotch, if you still dare to look at me, Sumo, with that arrogant look in your eyes." Thinking about this, Sumo was extremely excited. "Are you going to leave after giving me this?" Actually, Yi Xian did not mean to do this. After seeing the fireworks that Sumo had carefully prepared for her, she actually wanted to tell him all the questions in her heart. As long as Sumo could give her a reasonable explanation, there would be no more barriers between the two of them. However, she did not expect that in the end, it would turn into an argument between the two of them, and then Sumo would decide to leave. A man who had lived with her for so many years was going to leave her. Yi Xian felt empty in her heart, An inexplicable sense of loss made her feel lost. She looked at Xueqi coming closer to her in a daze. She looked at him blankly, and was about to take out the last gift he had prepared for her. For this gift, I have been preparing for more than 10 years, hoping to propose to you today. I never thought that it would end like this. I, Sumo, really do not have this kind of fate. Sumo laughed at himself. Of course, it was just an act. With this sentence, Yi Xian was even more looking forward to the gift. In her eyes, there was not the slightest bit of vigilance. Good chance. Sumo's eyes grew cold, and he was just about to take out the outstanding beauty heavenly fragrance pill from his storage ring. As long as he took it out and crushed it, he would be able to imagine not only this self-righteous woman, but also the most important god-slaying inheritance. You don't know, I have been staying by your side until now, not because of you, but because of the killing god's inheritance. Sumo laughed in his heart. Just when they were about to succeed, their divine senses sensed that someone was rushing up from the bottom of the tower. At the most crucial moment, they were interrupted. Who is it? The two of them took a few steps away from each other and looked down. Soon, a human figure slowly walked out from the darkness. It was a young man covered in blood. His face was pale, and his body looked extremely weak. However, that pair of sharp and cold eyes, and the blood-red longsword in his hand made Yi Xian and Sumo's heart skip a beat. More importantly, on the young man's shoulder, there was a young girl wearing the netherworld battle armor. Right now, fresh blood was dripping from the young girl's body onto the ground. The young girl had already fainted from her injuries. Long Chen. Xueqi. Yi Xian and Sumo both let out a cry of surprise. In fact, if they had used their divine senses to check, they would have already discovered Long Chen. It was just that they were too focused on their own matters to notice what was happening down below. Obviously, Long Chen had injured Xueqi and carried her here. What had happened? Yi Xian's expression changed. She had already recovered from her previous state. In fact, Long Chen had already used his spirit-devouring demon eyes to check and found that Sumo didn't succeed. That was why he was at ease and slowly walked up. At this moment, there was a mocking smile on his face. Long Chen, what happened? Yi Xian's heart was in a mess, and she quickly asked. Sumo's gaze changed again and again. He still didn't know what had happened in the nether battlefield, but Xueqi was his subordinate, and his woman at that. Being held hostage by Long Chen like this, she would definitely feel uncomfortable. As soon as he saw Long Chen, Sumo made his move. However, Yi Xian was faster than him. With a claw, a huge force brought Long Chen to her side. Long Chen put Xueqi down, and then the divine sword floating blood lightly rested on Xueqi's neck. He stood beside Yi Xian, and a pair of cold and bloodthirsty eyes stared at Sumo without any scruples. He sneered, after returning from the nether battlefield, I've learned many shocking secrets. From Xueqi, I've also seen through your plan. Master, you must protect my life. Don't let Sumo attack me. Let me tell you in detail all the secrets that you don't know. Long Chen's words made Yi Xian and Sumo's expressions change. Yi Xian's change was because of what Long Chen said. Sumo actually had other secrets. Also, when Long Chen returned from the nether battlefield, where did Yi Xian and Dugujun go? As for Sumo, he himself had shocking secrets, especially the secret of the Nether Blood River. Long Chen did go to the Nether Blood River, and just now, the good thing that was about to succeed was interrupted again. Sumo's eyes gradually turned red. Actually, if he truly had killing intent towards a person, holding Xueqi hostage would be completely useless. From Sumo's eyes, Long Chen saw this. What do you want to say? Sumo's words carried a powerful mental pressure. If it was a normal Heaven Realm expert, one sentence from Sumo could force them to death. Unfortunately, because of what Long Chen said before, he was already under Yi Xian's control. Let him finish speaking. Don't be in a hurry to attack. Hold Xueqi hostage. He will give you an explanation. Yi Xian protected Long Chen and took a few steps back. She was so close to Long Chen, and no one could kill Long Chen in such a situation. Once everything was safe, Long Chen's blood left a deep mark on Xueqi's fair neck. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a cold smile, First, I learned the first secret from Xueqi. Someone had an important plan for the lanterns on the 15th day of the 8th month. He planned to use the opportunity to move the heart of a beautiful city lord to take out a Tier 3 divine pill, the outstanding beauty pill, which was said to be the ultimate trump card of the Silver Demon. His goal was to forcefully possess her. Pill of beauty and fragrance. Yi Xian frowned. Very quickly, she thought of the name of the pill of beauty and fragrance. Her face changed. Yi Xian was a bit sorrowful, and even looked at him in disbelief. She asked word by word, "Sumo, your so-called gift is this pill of beauty and fragrance?" Things had already failed. Sumo's mind was blank. He took a few steps back in fear. His face was gloomy, and he didn't dare to answer. Seeing Sumo's situation, Yi Xian knew that everything was true. Instantly, tears gushed out of her eyes, and her heart fell to the bottom. The demon in front of her, was he still the person who liked her and she liked him? Chapter 967. After hearing Long Chen's words, Sumo's face became gloomy. He knew that Long Chen had come back from the nether battlefield, but he didn't know what had happened in the nether battlefield. Does he know what happened in the nether blood sea? Impossible. The demon blood red lotus is located in a remote place in the entire nether blood sea. There are many strong beasts on the way. Ordinary people can't go deep into that place. Even Dugu Jun couldn't find it, so this little guy shouldn't know. Although Sumo wanted to kill Long Chen as soon as possible, the problem was that Long Chen was under Yi Xian's protection. Yi Xian wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and calmed herself down. She looked at Sumo, waved her hand and said to Long Chen, "Tell me what you know. No one can touch you behind me." Behind this expert in the 5th level of the divine martial arts realm, who had passed the Oblivion Wind tribulation, Long Chen could feel the boundless power in her body. It was as if this woman's body contained the power of the entire world. If she wanted to release her power, Long Chen reckoned that he would directly suffocate in front of her. The difference between the 1st and the 5th level of the God martial realm seemed to be only 5 levels, but in fact, there was 1,000 years of difference. It could be said that the 4 basic levels were the foundation of the 3 martial realms, and among the 3 martial realms, the Earth martial realm and the Sky martial realm were the foundation of the God martial realm. Everything was prepared for the God martial realm. Only when one reached the God martial realm could he be considered to have truly entered the next level and be qualified to be called a master. The difference between the 1st level of the God martial realm and the 9th level of the God martial realm was similar to the difference between Long Chen's strength and his current strength. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Long Chen was now fearless, and he had Su Shui as his hostage. Su Shui was the accomplice of a villain. She was the one who provided the outstanding beauty heavenly fragrance pill. Such a person was not worthy of forgiveness. Previously, when Long Chen came out of the nether battlefield and was on his way to the city lord's mansion, he met Su Shui by chance. If he couldn't defeat Su Shui would definitely call for people to kill Long Chen. In the Netherworld Legion, there were many warriors at the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm that Long Chen couldn't deal with. Listen to the secrets that I'm about to tell you. It might have a huge impact on you, but I'm sorry, if you're still kept in the dark about these things, it will only cause you more harm. Long Chen's words caused Sumo's expression to change again. What he didn't want to happen seemed to be gradually becoming a reality. Therefore, under Yi Xian's protection, Long Chen began to uncover the secrets of the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. Grandpa Dugu helped us block the Golden Horn Silver Sharks, but we were washed away by the huge waves formed by the Golden Horn Silver Sharks. When we woke up, we found that we were already at the bottom of the Nether Blood Sea. At the same time, we found a demon blood red lotus here. I heard from Yi Xian that the Yi family's inherited treasure, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, is related to the demon blood red lotus. We were very surprised and thought that we got a treasure, but when we got closer, we found that the demon blood red lotus had withered, and there were no lotus seeds on the lotus platform. On the lotus platform, we found a groove for your Red Lotus Jade Pendant. When Long Chen said this, Sumo lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. What he didn't want to happen the most was still known to Long Chen. Hearing the groove of the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, Yi Xian's body trembled as she vaguely remembered something. You guessed it right. When I touched the groove, a sentence appeared, which was, "All descendants of me, Yi Wushang, with the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, can open the Killer God's tomb. After passing through all the stages, you can get the inherited treasure of me, Yi Wushang." Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and looked at Long Chen blankly. "You mean in the Nether Blood Sea, the inheritance of the Killer God, Yi Wushang, is buried, and my Yi family is the descendants of Yi Wushang?" "That's right, it's absolutely true." Yi Xian and Grandpa Dugu both confirmed this. Long Chen nodded and said. At the same time, he was also observing Sumo. At this moment, Sumo lowered his head and his face was gloomy, but he was sneering and his shoulders were shaking. Yi Xian's eyes were blank for a while, staring blankly at Long Chen. She seemed to have heard of something similar before, but she didn't expect it to really happen today. To Yi Xian, this incident was a huge shock. However, for her, an even bigger shock had yet to come. Master, I think you can understand that the inheritance of the killer god has been under someone's protection for many years. Whether it's the dozens of years of following or tonight's beauty pill, it's all for the same thing, that is, to possess you, then obtain the right to use the red lotus jade pendant, open the inheritance of the killer god, and take it for himself. At the same time, the assassination of Yi Xian is very obvious. If you give the red lotus jade pendant to Yi Xian, then his years of hard work will go to waste. So, he will definitely try to prevent this from happening. You should accept this fact. The man standing in front of you, he might have loved you before, but now, he is just a beast devoured by desire and darkness. In a single breath, Long Chen spilled everything out, enunciating each and every word. Yi Xian listened blankly. She wasn't an idiot. When she knew about Yi Wushang and connected it with the beauty pill, she had already guessed it. The truth was exactly the same as what she had imagined. She had almost fallen into his trap. Right now, Yi Xian felt like the whole world had left her. Her shoulders twitched for a while, looking very helpless. However, after taking a deep breath, she had already accepted the fact that she was a ridiculous woman. For no reason, Yi Xian chuckled a few times. Her eyes gradually turned cold as she stared at Sumo. She forced her voice to become cold and harsh as she said, Sumo, do you have anything else to say? Sumo shook his head, looking very straightforward. He has already said everything. I have nothing else to say. This is the truth. Turning his eyes, Sumo took a deep breath and said, Since you already know everything, from today onwards, we are enemies. The next time we meet, it will be on the battlefield. Can you leave now? Yi Xian took a step forward. She hadn't made her move yet, but if she did, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. You are in a rush to attack me now? As I thought, after so many years of love, I have risked my life for you, but it was all just a joke. Sumo laughed sarcastically. The blood-red color in his eyes was getting more and more ferocious. Speaking of love, Yi Xian looked like she had been hit. She took a few steps back. She was a bit confused herself, but soon, she made up her mind and said, When you took my red lotus jade pendant, everything was over. For that pendant, you would even kill my brother. This means that you have already lost the love in your heart. This path needs two people to persevere. Since you are not here anymore, it is time for me to leave as well. Since you are not here anymore, it is time for me to leave as well. Yi Xian's words sounded extremely sad when she said it out loud. Oh, I see. See you next time. Sumo smiled and said indifferently. If he messed up today's matter, it would be very bad in the future. He might even be punished. After all, he was not the strongest in the Su clan. You want to leave just like that? Long Chen knew that Yi Xian and the others were still in the enemy's hands. Capturing Su Shui was not enough. What do you want? What do you want to do? Use this woman to threaten me. Hee, kill as many as you want, kill as many as you want, but brat, do you think I don't know one thing? Since you escaped, that means that Dugu Jun and Yi Xian didn't escape. The Nether battlefield is my territory, and they're already under the control of the Nether Army's 5 Nether generals. After saying that, Sumo smiled. He was right. Yi Xian was in his hands. In this way, Long Chen and Yi Xian were in a passive position. Return my brother to me. Yi Xian also knew the seriousness of the matter. She looked at Sumo with her sharp eyes and a soul-shaking power was released. Wait until the day you decide to give me the red lotus jade pendant and offer yourself to me at the same time. Then, you can tell me about your brother. Sumo said with a smile, as if he was a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. In Yi Xian's heart, Sumo's image and position had already fallen to the lowest point. Long Chen also understood that Yi Xian was under the enemy's control. This matter would be very difficult. His mind was working hard to think of a solution. The entrance of the Nether battlefield was under the enemy's control. It would be very difficult to sneak in and rescue Yi Xian. The only way was for Yi Xian to harden her heart and subdue Sumo. If that's the case, I can only attack you. Yi Xian gritted her teeth and walked towards Sumo. Wait. Sumo suddenly waved his hand. At this moment, a strong pressure descended on the entire spirit city. Miss Yi, it's been a long time. An old but magnetic voice rang out. In a short moment, a person was already standing next to Sumo. This was an extremely ordinary-looking old man. He was hunched over, his face ruddy, his hair white like a crane, and his eyes were extraordinarily sharp and spirited. This old man wore an ordinary white robe and had a smile on his face. If one didn't consider his status, they might think that he was just an ordinary old man. Su Zhen. Seeing this old man, Yi Xian's face turned extremely ugly. Chapter 968. At the same time, Su Zhen had the highest status in the Su clan. His status was higher than the current clan master and Sumo. Su Zhen was at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. He had passed the Oblivion Wind tribulation a long time ago. His cultivation hadn't improved in the past 1,000 years. He was at the same level as a genius like Yi Xian, but he had thousands of years of battle experience and research time. In front of Yi Xian, Su Zhen was still a terrifying figure. After the death of the previous leader of the Yi clan, the Yi clan had been suppressed. Yi Xian had reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm, which had created a legend in the Serene Hell Mansion, the fastest person to reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Yi Xian was the strongest cultivator in the Yi clan, and this smiling old man was the strongest cultivator in the Su clan. Just by looking at Sumo's respectful attitude towards this old man, Long Chen could roughly guess that this old man was the old devil of the Su clan. There's a hostage. As soon as they arrived, Su Zhen saw the hostage in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen reached out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Long Chen's floating blood went out of control and slashed across Su Xue's neck, cutting her windpipe and esophagus. It even cut off half of her head. Long Chen had no choice but to put the floating blood away. However, Su Xue's injuries were too severe. In front of such a huge injury, her physical body had already died. A white light flashed out from Su Xue's head and a white little person appeared, looking around blankly. The little person looked terrified and looked similar to Su Xue. It must be Su Xue's god martial spirit. After the death of her physical body, Su Xue's god martial spirit could still last for a while. That was how the 5 sovereigns had survived. However, the pressure on the 3 sovereign regions seemed to be greater. Even the god martial spirit couldn't last for too long. A hostage is a disgrace. We can't let go of the god martial spirit. After saying that, the old man reached out his hand again. At this moment, Yi Xian stood in front of him and took out a transparent crystal bottle. She put Su Xue's god martial spirit into it and put it away. Then, she looked at Sumo and Su Zhen with hatred in her eyes. You even killed your own people. Su Zhen, you've lost your mind. This old man had also given Long Chen a deep shock. Even Long Chen himself wouldn't be able to do this. What's the big deal? She's just at the 1st level of the divine martial realm. There are many warriors like her in our Su family. Becoming a hostage is a problem for the family. Granting her death is just so that she doesn't implicate the family. It's her honor. However, it seems that we also have a hostage in our hands. It's that Yi Xian. I just came back from the Nether battlefield. As for that Dugujun, you can only find him in the underworld. Su Zhen laughed. Long Chen and Yi Xian's faces changed immediately. Long Chen clenched his fists. He knew that he was no match for his opponent. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control himself. You killed Grandpa Dugu. Yi Xian's breathing became heavier. It wasn't that she didn't live up to her expectations. It was just that she thought too highly of this old man. He had been with the Yi family for a very long time. When Yi Xian was still a child, Dugu Jun had already existed. He had originally planned to live out his remaining years, but Yi Xian had asked him to protect Long Chen and Yi Xian. Who would have thought that in the end, it would end up like this? Who said I killed him? Su Zhen smiled and said, It's just that this old man overestimated himself. He risked his life to snatch Yi Xian from my hands. In the end, in the battle against the 5 underworld generals, he used up all his true yuan and died. Old people really can't do much. Unfortunately, even though he risked his life, Yi Xian is still in my hands. After Su Zhen arrived, Sumo lowered his head and didn't say a word. For Long Chen, although he didn't have a deep relationship with Dugujun, he didn't think that such a good man would lose his life in order to save the two of them. Thinking of the old man's loving eyes, Long Chen felt as if there was a bomb buried in his body, and a raging fire burned within him. Yi Xian, who was next to him, felt the same way. In such a high-level battle, Long Chen couldn't do anything. That was why he was so desperate for power. If he had the power of the god martial realm, it would be more or less enough. At least he would be able to help a little. Unfortunately, the current him wasn't eye-catching at all. Dugu Jun's death had touched Yi Xian's bottom line. She could still tolerate Sumo's betrayal, but Dugu Jun's death was something she absolutely couldn't tolerate. At this moment, there was a fluctuation on Yi Xian's body that made Long Chen's heart palpitate. He took a few steps back, and what he saw was that on Yi Xian's beautiful face, there was a total of 3 blood-red scars, intersecting with each other. This did not affect her beauty, but under her originally gentle beauty, there was a kind of bloody killing intent. Are you angry? Do you want to fight? But, it's not the time yet. Su Zhen didn't seem worried at all. He waved his hand at Yi Xian and said, "The 7 slaughter bloodline, you've awakened 3 of them. You're indeed extraordinary. Your previous patriarch spent thousands of years and only managed to awaken 3 bloodlines." After sighing with emotion for a while, Su Zhen then said, "Today is not the time to make a move. Little girl, let me tell you clearly, Yi Xian is in my hands, and his life and death are all under my control. If you don't want him to lose his arms and legs, then listen to me in the end, and do whatever I tell you to do. Of course, I won't make things difficult for you. The Dugujun is just a small character, in front of the real big benefits. He is insignificant. I think we have a common topic." After saying this, he waited for Yi Xian's reaction, but Yi Xian acted as if she didn't hear what he said. "Do you understand what I mean? I'm here to talk about cooperation. Your Yi family is the descendant of the killing god, and we are the ones who discovered the tomb. We are all qualified to compete for the inheritance of the killing god. Other than us, no one else is qualified. Therefore, before we open the tomb, I don't want anyone else to know the whereabouts of the inheritance of the killing god, including our palace lord, Ming Di and the others. However, if something unpleasant happens, let me tell you, Yi Xian, your brother's life will not be spared. You should know that I, Su Zhen, have many tricks up my sleeves. These tricks can make a person suffer 100 times more than death. I only need to give an order here. Therefore you better suppress your killing intent. If you want to fight with me, I'll accompany you in the killing god's tomb." Sumo's plan had completely failed. They couldn't obtain the inheritance of the killing god by taking over Yi Xian's body. Therefore, Su Zhen could only use one method, which was to cooperate with the Yi clan. Their qualification was Yi Xian's life. Everyone knew how important Yi Xian was to her brother. As long as Yi Xian was under their control, they wouldn't have to worry that this beautiful city lord wouldn't give in. "When we've decided on a time, we'll inform you. Within 10 days, we will open the killing god's tomb. Do you want to come alone, or do you want to summon all the powerful warriors of the Yi clan?" After saying that, Su Zhen laughed out loud. He didn't say anything else. He brought Sumo and flew away in the dark, leaving Long Chen and Yi Xian standing there in a daze. Long Chen knew why Yi Xian didn't make a move here. There were 2 of them, and she was alone. Obviously, if she were to forcefully make a move, not only would she not be able to save Yi Xian, she would most likely die here. Therefore, she could only suppress the news of Yi Xian being captured and Lord Dugu's death in her heart. Looking at the dazed woman, Long Chen knew how much pressure she was under right now. Among them, the thing that she couldn't believe the most was Sumo's betrayal. This matter was like a knife, stabbing into her heart. At this moment, the blood-red lines on Yi Xian's face had already disappeared. She looked at the boundless night sky in a daze. Long Chen pursed his lips and thought for a moment, then said, "Their goal is the killing god's inheritance. If Yi Xian is in their hands, it will be very troublesome. If you're alone, you definitely won't be able to fight against the entire clan. Should I call all the Yi clan's people in the prefecture city?" Long Chen's words pulled Yi Xian back from her thoughts. What has happened has already happened. It doesn't matter if I remember it or hate it, it won't change anything. The most important thing now is to save Yi Xian. "Master, I've been through a lot. I think, let bygones be bygones. People should look forward to the future. I believe that in your heart, Sumo is already dead, and Yi Xian is the one you should protect now." He's your little brother who will never betray you. Yi Xian turned her head back. Her eyes were gradually waking up. From the gentle and beautiful image, to the state she was in today, her mentality had undergone a huge change. Being able to grow to this stage, she was never lacking in cold-bloodedness. Today, Sumo and Su Zhan had helped her regain her original self. You're right, Sumo. There's nothing for me to remember anymore. The most important thing now is to save my little brother's life. Of course, if the Killing God's inheritance falls into the hands of the Su clan, it will be a disaster for the Yi clan. Our two clans have been at odds for so many years. It's time for the real war to begin. From today onwards, the flames of war have been ignited. Yi Xian's tone gradually became cold. Of course, this coldness was not directed at Long Chen. I'll inform the clan about this now and ask them to come here secretly. It's too difficult to save my little brother by myself, Yi Xian said helplessly. Chapter 969. Even if I'm not interested in the slaughtering god's tomb, there are many people who want it. If the news gets out, let alone the people from the Serene Hell Prefecture, even the people from other prefectures or the Eastern Royal Region will come here. At that time, even if I don't want to open it, I will be forced to open it. If the news gets out, it won't be good for the Yi clan and the Su clan. That's why the people from the Su clan went back with peace of mind. So, the slaughtering god's tomb must be opened. Next, the people from the Su clan will definitely come here to discuss about the slaughtering god's tomb. At that time, we'll see what they have to do to be willing to return my brother to me. Yi Xian said. They have something on you. The more you show that you want to protect Yi Xian, the more they will take advantage of you. Long Chen reminded. But what can I do? My parents are already old. After a few decades, I'm afraid he will be my only family. Yi Xian shook her head and said sadly. Long Chen also wanted to sneak in again to save Yi Xian. However, there were so many God Martial Realm experts. Under their powerful divine senses, Long Chen had nowhere to hide. Not to mention Long Chen, even Yi Xian might not be able to sneak into the Su clan's territory and save Yi Xian. Su Zhan is very smart. He knows the internal situation of the Yi clan. Yi Xian suddenly lowered her head and said, What happened? From what Yi Xian said, it seemed that the internal situation of the Su clan was not very harmonious. I'm the governor of the Spirit City alone. You probably know that although I'm the strongest expert in the Yi clan and the Yi clan can become a first-class clan because of me, I'm not a direct descendant of the Yi clan. The position of the clan leader belongs to someone else. Of course, my red lotus jade pendant was given to me by the previous clan leader. Because of that, the current clan leader and I don't get along well. With just a few words, Long Chen could roughly guess Yi Xian's situation in the Yi family. There are many people in the 3rd and 4th level of the divine martial arts realm in our Yi family who can help. However, if they hear the news of the slaughtering god's tomb, they will definitely urge me to open it. They won't even care about my brother's life or death. As for me, I only care about my brother's life. If I don't call the people from my family over, Su Zhan is afraid that I will risk my life. He doesn't want to open the slaughtering god's tomb at all. He only wants to save his brother. However, he knows that I will definitely call them over because with my strength alone, I can only restrain Su Zhan. So, Su Zhan is waiting. He doesn't want to discuss with you, but with your family because they are the ones who want to obtain the inheritance of the killing god the most. They have common interests, but if you are not included, they are not a match for the Su clan. Su Zhan could be said to be an extremely cunning person. He took advantage of the internal conflict between Yi Xian and the Yi family, and the mentality of the Yi family and Yi Xian's desire to save Yi Xian. As long as there was a perfect plan, he could save a lot of people. Then what do you want to do? Long Chen felt that it was a mess. Yi Xian sneered and said, No matter how bad the relationship is, this is a matter of the survival of the family. I have to ask them to come and help me. At that time, I will only focus on my brother's safety. However, the inheritance of the Yi family will not be taken away by others. My brother is our weakness, and it is in their hands. However, the red lotus jade pendant is also their weakness. Except for me, no one can use it. I still have the right to take the initiative. Crack. After saying that, the railing in front of her was directly crushed by Yi Xian. Long Chen, You must have taken a lot of risks to come back and tell me such an important secret. Thank you. Don't worry, one day, I will take revenge for Grandpa Dugu. Yi Xian turned around. Her bright eyes were filled with worry. Long Chen waved his hand and said, I can be considered half a member of the Yi family now. If there's anything that I can use, I'll definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Yi Xian is my brother. Hearing that, Yi Xian was a bit touched. At this critical moment, Long Chen seemed to be the only person that she could talk to. She knew that Long Chen was a very cautious person, and he was extremely talented. Even if he could only use his brain for a short period of time, one day in the future, he would definitely dazzle everyone's eyes. Just like how he had beaten Xueqi, who was in the God Martial Realm, down from the stage with his strength that was not even in the God Martial Realm. Alright, from now on, you will follow me. If there is anything, I can discuss it with you. First, call them over. Long Chen nodded. The two went down from the colorful exquisite pagoda. This beautiful lantern party and the beautiful colorful exquisite pagoda were no longer beautiful. This was probably the last lantern party that Yi Xian would have in her life. After returning, Yi Xian had already used the secret puppet bird to spread the news to the Yi family of the Serene Hell Mansion. After receiving the news, the Yi family's higher-ups were extremely shocked. Among them, the head of the Yi family led more than 10 experts of the Yi family, all of whom were at least in the peak of the second level of the God Martial Realm. Of course, Su Zhan was not stupid enough to attack the Yi family at this time. Su Zhan's attitude was very obvious. He was here to cooperate with the Yi family, and Yi Xian was just a bargaining chip in his hand. At the same time, the people guarding the Nether Blood Sea Demon Blood Red Lotus were also bargaining chips of the Su family. After letting the Su family know the location of the Slaughtering God's tomb, even if the Su family did not have the key, they were still qualified to talk to the Yi family. After all, in the Serene Hell Mansion, they were not the strongest people. If this news was spread, it would not be good for the Su family and the Yi family. One day, more than 10 days later, Yi Xian was sitting in the Zixuan Palace, and Long Chen was also there. These days, he had been cultivating in the Zixuan Palace, and Yi Xian would occasionally teach him. Among Yi Xian's subordinates, Dugu Jun was the strongest. The others were either not strong enough, or they were not Yi Xian's confidants. Long Chen was Yi Xian's direct disciple. His identity was special, and he knew everything. That was why he could stay next to Yi Xian. Basically, in this battle, only the third level of the God Martial Realm could play a role in this battle. After the Yi family arrived, Su Zhan and the others would probably arrive soon after receiving the news. However, the Yi family was also a problem for Yi Xian. The leader of the Yi family was about the same age as Su Zhan. Her name was Yi Shiji, and she was the first female leader of the Yi family in so many years. Although she was old, Yi Shiji looked like she was in her 40s at most. She had a graceful figure, and she could be considered a middle-aged woman, but she was still attractive. Yi Shiji was Yi Xian's ancestor. Yi Xian was not a direct descendant of the Yi family, and basically had no blood relationship with Yi Shiji. Moreover, Yi Xian was the most famous person in the Yi family. As the leader of the family, Yi Shiji was not as popular as Yi Xian. Some people even said that Yi Shiji should give up the position of leader and let Yi Xian take it. After all, Yi Xian was the strongest. Apart from Yi Shiji, the Yi family also had many elders of the third level of the God Martial Realm. This time, almost all of them had come. A total of 10 warriors of the third level of the God Martial Realm had come. Among them, 3 had reached the peak of the third level of the God Martial Realm, and the leader of the Yi family was a warrior of the peak of the fourth level of the God Martial Realm. Yi Shiji also had a husband, a wandering warrior who had married into the family. He was also a prominent figure. His name was Teng Long, and his cultivation was in the early stages of the fourth level of the God Martial Realm. Compared to Yi Shiji, he was 1 level lower. 2 warriors of the 4th level of the God Martial Realm, and 10 warriors of the 3rd level of the God Martial Realm. This was almost all the power of the Yi family. This kind of power was slightly weaker than the Su family, but it could be considered one of the top families in the entire Serene Hell Prefecture. When such a group of people came to the main city of specters, they naturally attracted a lot of attention. They're here. Yi Xian had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She and Long Chen walked out of the Zixuan Palace. At this time in the sky, more than 10 people had already slowly descended. The leader was a middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. Just like Yi Xian, she was wearing a purple long dress. Under the heavy makeup, she indeed had a mature charm, but compared to Yi Xian, she seemed to be making a fool out of herself. She was the current leader of the Yi family, Yi Shiji. And next to Yi Shiji was her current husband, Tang Long, who was also at the 4th level of the god martial realm. Tang Long was a tall and skinny old man, wearing a tight black outfit. His hair was already snow white, and he had a hooked nose. Although he was called Tang Long, he looked like an eagle. Behind them, most of the people were old men. They were the old antiques of the Yi family. Both parties met in front of the entrance of the Zixuan Hall. Long Chen noticed that the dozen or so people on the other side all had extremely cold expressions on their faces. After arriving here, all of them raised their heads and glanced at Yi Xian. After that, Yi Shiji took the lead and the others followed her into the Zixuan Hall. When they arrived beside Yi Xian, Yi Shiji glared at her and said, "Why aren't you following me?" After everyone entered the Zixuan Palace, Yi Shiji sat on Yi Xian's seat, while the others sat on the other side. On the contrary, Yi Xian and Long Chen didn't have a seat. After Yi Xian came in, Yi Shiji's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura pressed towards Yi Xian. Yi Shiji slammed the table and said coldly, "You've been here for so long, yet you don't even know the inheritance of my Yi family's ancestors. You've been holding this red lotus jade pendant for nothing. It originally didn't belong to you. It's something that only the leader of the Yi family can hold. Now, pass it to me, and then we can discuss what's going to happen next." Yi Xian didn't move. Chapter 970. Facing Yi Shiji and Tang Long, Yi Xian did not react at all. To be honest, she was quite disappointed with these two. It was a matter of life and death for her family, and it was related to the development of the whole family, but they still cared about the ownership of the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. To be honest, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant was Yi Shiji's greatest hatred. Back then, the previous clan leader was Yi Shiji's father. When he passed away, Yi Xian knew that he wanted her to be the next clan leader. However, Yi Xian did not have any influence in the Yi clan, nor did she have any followers. Even though she was strong, not many people were willing to submit to her, especially the direct descendants of the Yi clan. They were even more unwilling to submit to a girl who came from a branch family. The Red Lotus Jade Pendant was the symbol of the Yi clan leader. Although Yi Shiji had become the clan leader in the end, she could not get the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. Therefore, she had been eyeing the Red Lotus Jade Pendant for a very long time. After all, in her heart, she was the current clan leader of the Yi clan. The Red Lotus Jade Pendant should be in her hands, especially when she knew that the Red Lotus Jade Pendant was the key to the clan's most precious inheritance, the Killing God's inheritance. If the Killing God's tomb was really opened, the person who held the Red Lotus Jade Pendant would have a great advantage. Yi Shiji was extremely eager to get the Killing God's inheritance. Therefore, in her heart, the Su clan was her opponent, and Yi Xian was her biggest opponent. Therefore, she wanted to scare the little girl in her heart when she came here. She wanted to hold the Red Lotus Jade Pendant in her hand. As everyone knows, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant is the token of the Yi clan leader. You are not from the Yi clan, but you have the Red Lotus Jade Pendant. This is ridiculous. Now, the Red Lotus Jade Pendant is related to the survival and development of the entire clan. This is an important matter for the clan, and it should be decided by the clan. Therefore, hurry up and pass the Red Lotus Jade Pendant to me. Then we can discuss the important matters. Yi Shiji raised her head and said without hesitation. The others also started to talk. Yes, Yi Xian, you are not from the Yi clan. The previous clan leader made the decision to pass the Red Lotus Jade Pendant to you, which was already a mistake. However, he was not in his right mind at that time, so we don't blame him. You have held the Red Lotus Jade Pendant for so many years, and you have all the benefits. Now is a critical moment. You should return the Red Lotus Jade Pendant to the family and let the family take care of it, so it will be more convenient for us to get the ancestors' inheritance. That's right. It seems that we still have a hostage in their hands. It should be your younger brother. You see, you are still young. If you are deceived by them and give them the Red Lotus Jade Pendant regardless of the survival of the family for the sake of your younger brother's safety, won't our Yi family, which has tens of thousands of years of foundation, be finished? The Yi clan was a great clan in the Serene Hell Prefecture, which had existed since ancient times. It was an ancient clan with tens of thousands of clansmen and hundreds of thousands of branches. The dozen experts who were above the third level of the divine martial realm were the strongest group of people in the Yi clan in the past thousands of years. Basically, those who had lived for thousands of years and were not killed or died of old age were all here. In fact, the Yi clan had produced far more experts in the past few years, but in the three great imperial regions, there were too many killings and hatred, and countless people died on the road of growth. Facing the questioning of the group of people, Long Chen noticed that Yi Xian's face was extremely gloomy. She was already in a bad mood. Sumo's betrayal and Yi Xian's safety were bothering her. Now that these people were here to annoy her, Long Chen guessed that even he would not be able to take it. At this moment, Yi Xian's originally gentle but now somewhat cold voice rang out. "If you're here for the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, then you can leave now. The Red Lotus Jade Pendant was passed down to me by the person I respect the most. She told me that as long as I'm alive, I can't give it to you. You're showing your father's distrust towards you. I'm sorry, Yi Shiji." In the Yi clan, only Yi Xian dared to call Yi Shiji by her name. Ever since she left the Serene Hell Prefecture, Yi Xian had not returned to the Yi clan for many years, and she had not met the so-called patriarch of the Yi clan. Perhaps in the eyes of Yi Shiji and the others, although Yi Xian was powerful, she was still a little girl who could be deceived. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would be so determined? Especially the last sentence, it made Yi Shiji even more furious. "Nonsense, you must have made these up. I am extremely talented, and I have surpassed my father. He has valued me since I was young, and he did not even care that I am a girl, and passed the position of patriarch of the Yi clan to me. I think that the pendant of the Red Lotus was obtained by a little bitch like you. If you don't hand it over, don't blame us for being impolite." After saying that, Yi Shiji stood up from her chair and looked down at Yi Xian. An enormous qi swept towards Yi Xian, and Long Chen was also one of the targets that was being suppressed. This super-strong cultivator at the fourth level of the divine martial realm made Long Chen feel like he was suffocating, as if his neck was being strangled. Fortunately, Yi Xian waved her hand lightly, and the pressure that Long Chen was facing completely disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was as gloomy as water. It was obvious that after being pressured like this, she was also a little angry. "I asked you to come here to discuss about working together and obtaining the inheritance of our ancestors, but I did not expect that you would all be a bunch of short-sighted people. Facing the Su clan, we can only succeed in the end if we work together. But some people want to cause internal strife in the clan because of their own selfish interests. With such courage, they are not qualified to be the patriarch of the clan. If you want to fight, then hurry up. Unless you can defeat me, otherwise, you will never be able to take the pendant of the Red Lotus." Yi Shiji had never imagined that the gentle and beautiful little girl from before would be so unyielding now. Her every word was about to choke Yi Shiji to death. Yi Shiji was speechless. She was furious. She glanced at Tang Long, who was next to her. Originally, she wanted to attack Long Chen together with Tang Long and obtain the pendant of the Red Lotus. However, at this moment, Tang Long shook his head and stopped her. Everyone could see that Yi Xian, who was at the fifth level of the divine martial realm, had already reached a level that they could not resist. Even if Yi Shiji didn't believe it, she had to admit that in the Yi clan, Yi Xian was the true strongest cultivator. Her brilliance was destined to be overshadowed by her grandson. Yi Shiji's gaze shifted, drawing everyone's attention to Long Chen. "Who is this person? This is the Yi clan's meeting. Why is he here? He is just a piece of trash at the Sky Martial Realm. Get the hell out of here." She couldn't deal with Yi Xian, so she could only suppress Yi Xian's power in front of Long Chen. Even though Yi Xian was targeting him, Long Chen was smart enough to not say anything. He knew that Yi Xian would solve this problem for him. "Get the hell out of here," Yi Shiji said again. "You want to know who he is? He is my disciple." Yi Xian raised her head and said without showing any weakness. Everyone laughed. Yi Shiji laughed and said, "Yi Xian, you are really something. You took a piece of trash at the Sky Martial Realm as your disciple. With this kind of strength, he doesn't even deserve to wash my feet." Yi Shiji's words were obviously very unpleasant. The others also laughed. They did not think highly of Long Chen's strength. In the Yi clan, there were many young people who had reached the divine martial realm like Long Chen and were at the same level as Yi Xian. Long Chen could not be counted as a genius, and he was not qualified to be the disciple of a peerless cultivator like Yi Xian. "His strength and potential are not for you to say. Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Shiji's expression suddenly changed and she said angrily, "Brat, didn't you hear what the clan leader said? You are not a member of the Yi clan. Get the hell out of here." As she said that, she suddenly attacked. From under her loose luxurious robe, a white finger suddenly stretched out. On that white finger, a beam of blood-red light condensed and stabbed towards Long Chen's throat. At that moment, Long Chen felt his entire body go cold. The whole world, everything had disappeared. That beam of blood-red light had turned into a blood-red spear. It was as if there was a giant holding the spear, roaring and stabbing towards Long Chen. Long Chen could not move his body at all. It was a feeling that made him feel like he was about to collapse. Yet, this woman had easily killed Long Chen with a single move. From this, it could be seen just how powerful she was. The fourth level of the divine martial realm was known as the extreme martial realm. The extreme martial realm was the great accomplishment of the martial path, condensing martial will, and any casual attack would contain the power of martial will. It was extremely terrifying. Only a cultivator like Yi Xian, who had passed the Oblivion Wind calamity and started to fully awaken her innate body, could completely suppress a cultivator of the extreme martial realm. Long Chen was still far away from that level. Long Chen's current goal wasn't too high. After reaching the God realm, he could go to the Sword Spirit Imperial domain. Of course, to others, reaching the God realm from the Heaven realm was an extremely difficult goal. It was even to the extent that it wasn't impossible for most people to reach the God realm even if they spent double the amount of time. Yi Shiji was planning to kill Long Chen. After all, she was in the extreme realm of martial. Furthermore, she was a master of the extreme realm of martial. If she wanted to kill Long Chen, it would simply be a matter of minutes. However, Yi Shiji's action had completely angered Yi Xian. At the moment of death, Long Chen only saw Yi Xian suddenly wave her hand, and the blood red was directly dispersed. At the same time, in a short instant, Yi Xian slapped Yi Shiji's face. Yi Shiji did not even have the time to react. The slap was extremely loud. Everyone looked at the bright red mark on Yi Shiji's face with strange expressions. Chapter 971. Calm down. Tang Long fulfilled his responsibility as a husband and managed to calm Yi Shiji down with great difficulty. From Yi Xian's attack just now, he sensed a terrifying aura. As expected of an expert who has overcome the Oblivion Wind tribulation. "We can't even dodge a casual attack," Tang Long comforted Yi Shiji while looking at Yi Xian in admiration. At this moment, Yi Xian's body was filled with a rare blood-red aura. It was actually very difficult to sense such an aura from this gentle and beautiful woman. "Let me tell you, if you continue to go overboard, I won't just give you a simple slap next time. I will directly cut off your head. Don't doubt it, if you attack my people again, I won't be polite with you, Yi Shiji." Yi Xian's words were filled with great deterrence. Those who were mocking Long Chen shut their mouths at this moment. Yi Xian's performance just now was truly too terrifying. Even Yi Shiji felt somewhat anxious when she thought of it. She was the person involved and could understand how powerful Yi Xian was. Just now, Yi Xian had only casually waved her hand, but she actually felt as if she could not dodge. If Yi Xian had waved her sword, she would have been killed just like that. Of course, she had underestimated Yi Xian before, which was why she had been hit directly. However, there was no doubt about Yi Xian's strength. Sensing that this little girl was no longer the person she knew back then, Yi Shiji felt a lingering fear in her heart, and only then did she calm down. "Let's discuss the matter of the God of Slaughter's mausoleum." Yi Xian rolled her eyes. She knew that she had beaten the other party until they were afraid, so she directly went to the main topic. As for Yi Shiji's beautiful dream about the Red Lotus Jade Pendant, she could only dream about it. "We are members of the Yi family and are now on the same side. We don't know what is in the ancestors' mausoleum, but it belongs to each of us, not just anyone. So before we obtain the item in the God of Slaughter's mausoleum, I don't want our Yi family to have internal strife because of some personal interests. That would be very laughable. Only short-sighted people would do that and give the Su family an opportunity to take advantage of." In the Su family, including the few from the underworld army, there are almost 20 people above the third layer of the divine martial realm. Among them, there is also the Su family's patriarch, Su Yang, who is at the peak of the fourth layer of the divine martial realm. Sumo is at the same level as him, And there is also the even more terrifying underworld emperor, Su Zhen. These are the three strongest experts of the Su family. The Su family's overall strength surpasses ours. They are like a huge tiger crawling beside us. If we still have the mood to fight among ourselves, the final result will be that not only will the god of slaughter's inheritance not be ours, we will also become this hungry tiger's dinner. So, I hope that you all understand that this is a war between the Su family and the Yi family. Since I have the red lotus jade pendant in my hand, my strength is also the strongest, so I have the right to command you all. Of course, I have no interest in the position of patriarch. Yi Xian coldly looked at everyone and said a lot in one breath. From her words, everyone gradually realized that what she said was actually very pertinent. The Su family was indeed much more terrifying than they had imagined. I don't agree. When Yi Shiji saw that the elders were siding with Yi Xian again, she hurriedly said, as everyone knows, your little brother is currently being held hostage by them. As long as they threaten you, Yi Xian, will very likely do something that will endanger our entire Yi family for the sake of one person's life and death. If the red lotus jade pendant is in your hands, it will only cause our Yi family to fall into a predicament. Her words were naturally correct. Yi Xian did not say anything and only glared at her coldly. I don't care if you're convinced or not. It's impossible for you to have the red lotus jade pendant. I'll say it again. Unless you can defeat me. Yi Xian understood that the internal conflicts of this family were not so easy to resolve. Even if she were to take out the red lotus jade pendant, Yi Shiji would still find her unpleasant to the eye. These matters could only be left to fate. Right at this moment, 3 people entered the range of Yi Xian's divine sense. Let's go out, they're already here. Immediately afterwards, the others also gradually sensed the arrival of the strong and followed Yi Xian. Everyone stood in front of the Purple Lotus Palace. In front of the enemy, they absolutely could not show weakness and expose their weaknesses. Therefore, although Yi Shiji hated Yi Xian very much, she had no choice but to show a harmonious appearance at this time. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared in the sky above the Purple Lotus Palace and slowly descended. The leader was the old devil Su Zhen, who was wearing a white robe, with white hair and a youthful face. He looked kind, but in fact, he was ruthless. The person on the left was Sumo, who was wearing a black brocade robe and black military boots. He had a somewhat cold expression on his face. As for the person on the right, it was the first time that Long Chen had seen him. He was wearing a purple and fiery red robe and a fiery red crown on his head. He was an old man who looked younger than Su Yang. His black hair was mixed with white hair. He was tall and burly, with a righteous face and sharp eyes. He was the current patriarch of the Su family, Su Yang. Su Zhen, Su Yang and Sumo were known as the 3 great experts of the Su family. Su Zhen and Sumo were soldiers of the Netherworld Army, while Su Yang was in charge of the daily affairs of the Su family. Su Yang was a cultivator from the generation of Sumo's father, so Sumo called Su Yang third uncle. As for Su Zhen, his seniority was much higher. Even Su Yang probably had to call him grandfather. The arrival of these 3 people immediately brought great pressure to the experts of the Yi family. In terms of peak experts, the Su family was stronger because Tinglong was only in the initial stage of the 4th layer of the divine martial realm. Yi Shiji was only in the peak of the 4th layer of the divine martial realm. As for Su Yang and Sumo, they were both in the peak of the 4th layer of the divine martial realm. At this moment, Yi Shiji and Tinglong had no choice but to stand beside Yi Xian in order to deal with the auras of the experts of the Su family, forming a triangle. Su Zhen was like an ordinary old man who had come over to chat. At this moment he chuckled and said, I heard that your side was very lively just now. You were talking about something like a hungry tiger dinner. Oh, so the head of the Yi family has come. It's been a long time. Su Zhen's eyes were always on Yi Shiji, deliberately ignoring Yi Xian, an expert of the same level as him. Everyone of the Su family, if you're here to discuss the matter of the tomb of the god of slaughter, then let's get to the point. Yi Xian interrupted their conversation and said directly. Oh, so the little genius of the Yi family is also here. Su Zhen continued with a seemingly amiable smile. All right, I won't waste any more words. We're here to seek cooperation. As long as you open the tomb of the god of slaughter and enter with our Su family, I'll return Yi Xian to you. A gentleman's word is fast, so there's no need for this old man to deceive you. I know the value of Yi Xian. If I go too far, your Yi family won't do it, right? As long as I open the tomb of the god of slaughter, you'll return my brother to me, Yi Xian said. Of course. Didn't I say that we're here to cooperate? If we want to cooperate, we need to show sincerity. As long as the tomb of the god of slaughter opens, I'll definitely return Yi Xian to you at the first moment, Su Zhen nodded and said solemnly. If you're still planning to play tricks, I'll teach the Su family a heavy lesson, Yi Xian said coldly. She thought about it carefully. The other party's purpose was only to open the tomb of the god of slaughter. If they didn't release Yi Xian at that time and angered the Yi family, the Su family wouldn't have a good ending. They probably wouldn't play tricks in this regard. Su Zhan and the others also knew that if they offended such a woman, it would be very terrifying if she went crazy. Therefore, Yi Xian's role was only to open the tomb of the god of slaughter. 20 days. We have 20 days to prepare. After 20 days they can set off. We'll wait for you in the netherworld sea of blood. It seems that you have a little guy here who knows the way, so I don't need to guide you, Su Zhan said with a laugh. For such an important matter, their Su family also needed time to prepare. Remember, everyone, this is a cooperation. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation and achieve a win-win situation. Haha, Su Yang, Sumo, let's go. After saying that, Su Zhen turned into a ray of light and instantly left. Behind him, the Su family's patriarch, Su Yang, who had been silent all this time, also left quickly. Sumo glanced at Yi Xian. Get lost, Yi Xian said lightly. Sumo smiled. In his smile, there was a trace of ridicule and a trace of guilt. Of course, this was just a momentary emotion. He knew that the tomb of the god of slaughter was waiting for him. As long as he obtained the inheritance of the tomb of the god of slaughter, he would have a brighter future. Perhaps, this nether mansion wouldn't be his stage. After they left, the people of the Yi family fell into silence again. The appearance of the three great experts of the Su family made Yi Shiji and Tang Long think about who was the real opponent between the Su family and Yi Xian. You guys think about it carefully. Long Chen, accompany me for a walk. This time, Yi Xian was facing a huge pressure, so her mood was also very depressed. The two didn't talk along the way. Unknowingly, Yi Xian arrived at the seven-colored exquisite pagoda. It was currently daytime, so the seven-colored exquisite pagoda was only a skeleton without any light. It was very ugly. Things in the world are just like this seven-colored exquisite pagoda. At some point in time, it once bloomed with brilliant light, but after the prosperity faded, only these ugly and desolate skeletons were left. Standing at a high place, a strong wind blew, blowing up Yi Xian's purple dress. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing her white neck. Her graceful figure bloomed in the wind, releasing an astonishing charm. A bleak atmosphere surrounded her, like a beautiful purple flower that grew on a bloody battlefield. Chapter 972. As her disciple, Long Chen really wanted to help her, but unfortunately, he couldn't even compete with a cultivator at the peak of the first level of the god martial realm. Long Chen didn't answer Yi Xian's question. Indeed, Long Chen's current life was just a skeleton, but he was still working hard to see the light again. Damn it! Even if I have something as heaven-defying as the true martial emperor's spirit, even if my strength has improved tremendously, I still feel that it's too slow. I am too weak right now. Right now, the Spectre main city had already been occupied by the strong. In this world, only the strong would be able to enjoy the final glory. The majority of the people could only become ice-cold tombstones. The so-called rules and laws were used to restrict the weak, allowing them to be trampled by the strong. Only strength was the eternal way to change one's fate. There are still 20 days left. If I can reach the 9th level of the Heaven Martial Realm, I can probably try to break through to the God Martial Realm. Long Chen lowered his head and clenched his fists so tight that his veins were popping out. Yi Xian turned around and looked at him with a gentle smile. I can feel that you want to help me, you want to become stronger. You are indeed a genius, but you are too young. In a few hundred years, none of us will be able to compete with you. Right now, you are just losing to time. This gentle Yi Xian was completely different from before. This was her original self, quiet, calm, and aloof from worldly affairs. All she wanted to do was to protect her simple family and love. But unfortunately, these things were being put to the test. I don't want to lose to time, said Long Chen, shaking his head. Yi Xian looked at Long Chen the same way she looked at Yi Xian. At first, because you saved my little brother twice, I had a good impression of you. You were my little brother's savior. Later you became my first disciple, and from then on, I realized that you had great potential, so I wanted you to grow with my little brother. But later, I realized that you were actually very wild. I don't think the main city of spirits is a place you want to stay. Long Chen nodded. Yi Xian was very meticulous. We met by chance, but you became my disciple, and you wanted to help me. I have been with Sumo for so many years, but what I got in return was this unforgettable betrayal. I suddenly feel that this world is such a drama. Facing the cold wind, Yi Xian's smile did not have any regrets, but instead, she had a kind of realization. There is no need to keep those who should leave. In the most dangerous times, those who stand by my side are the ones who deserve to be cherished the most. Long Chen, this is what you taught me, hee hee. Yi Xian giggled. Tell me, I am your master now, but I am asking you to teach me principles. Don't you think it's a bit funny? There is something worth learning from everyone. That was all Long Chen could say. Yi Xian's emotions were a little strange today, but at least she was freed from Sumo's problem, and that was something worth celebrating. In 20 days, the most important test of my life will begin. Yi Xian suddenly said. 20 days. Long Chen thought about it. He still had to try. Yi Xian's words reminded Long Chen that since she was his master, Long Chen now had the right to let her teach him. At that moment, Long Chen suddenly made up his mind. He said seriously, in 20 days, Yi Xian is a very important friend of mine. I also want to help him. I am about to reach the 9th layer of the Sky Martial Realm. If you give me some pressure, I might be able to do it. Also, I have this. As he spoke, Long Chen took out the Divine Martial Fortune Pellet. Seeing the Divine Martial Fortune Pellet, Yi Xian's eyes brightened. She looked at Long Chen and asked carefully, can you reach the 9th layer of the Sky Martial Realm in 20 days? Long Chen could not tell her about the soul of true martial monarch, so he could only say this. I am just a little bit away from it. Maybe it's the enlightenment I get from fighting. If you can let someone fight with me, give me some pressure, and let me fight to my heart's content, maybe it's possible for me to reach the 9th layer of the Sky Martial Realm in 20 days. Yi Xian nodded and suddenly said with a little excitement, Long Chen, if you can reach the 9th layer of the Sky Martial Realm, then I can use this Divine Martial Fortune Pellet to help you understand the way of heaven and finally reach the God Martial Realm. The reason why Yi Xian was shocked by Long Chen's power was that Long Chen was actually only at the 8th layer of the Sky Martial Realm, but he could already fight with God Martial Realm warriors, and even kill them. Judging from the speed of Long Chen's killing calamity, in fact, in terms of talent and potential, Long Chen was the scariest warrior Yi Xian had ever seen. Yi Xian's words gave Long Chen great hope. His eyes brightened and he said, What you said, is it true? Yi Xian was a little angry. She pouted and said, I am your teacher, why would I lie to you? You just said you want an opponent. Is this okay? After that, Yi Xian stretched out her white arm. On her thin little finger, there was a drop of bright red blood. With a swoosh, the blood fell on the ground, and then it gradually became bigger and bigger, forming a human-shaped blood man. This blood man had a very horrifying slaughter chi. This is a special skill of my Yi family's 7-kill bloodline. I use the slaughter blood in my body to create a blood puppet. This blood puppet's power is around the 2nd layer of the God Martial Realm. It can use the martial arts I learned before the 2nd layer of the God Martial Realm. Of course, because it is a puppet, it is not very complete, but it should be useful for you. Also, I can teach you things about the Sky Martial Realm. Long Chen looked at the blood puppet, and his eyes lit up. However, the fighting power of the 2nd layer of the God Martial Realm was not just for show. After a quarter of an hour, Long Chen returned to the governor's mansion, to the martial hall where Yi Xian cultivated. The martial hall was in the basement of the Zixuan Palace, and only Yi Xian could enter. Without Yi Xian's permission, no one else could come in. At that moment, Long Chen was standing there, and Yi Xian was observing. The martial practice hall was sufficiently spacious, and the walls were sufficiently sturdy, allowing Long Chen to freely display his skills in here. At that moment, Long Chen and Yi Xian's blood puppet were having an intense fight. The horrifying thing was that the blood puppet's life force was extremely strong. Even if Long Chen cut it in half, it could still merge back together. On the side, Yi Xian was controlling the blood puppet. This was Herb's slaughter blood. Under her control, the blood puppet's understanding of martial arts was fully displayed. It didn't look like a puppet at all. Instead, it looked like a powerful warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. Floating blood sword. A bloodlight flashed across the blood puppet's neck, and the blood puppet's head flew into the air. However, even without a head, the blood puppet's powerful punch didn't stop, and it landed on Long Chen's body. Even though Long Chen had transformed into his dragon soul, he was still sent flying, and rolled on the ground. At that moment, Long Chen was covered with wounds. The blood puppet of the second layer of the god martial realm. If Yi Xian hadn't suppressed it, Long Chen would have been killed. Looking at the wounds on Long Chen's body, Yi Xian felt sorry for him. She said, "That's all for today. You're already injured. Let me help you recover." "It's still early." Long Chen wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, and used the floating blood sword to stand up. At first, he was a little wobbly, but he quickly steadied his body. His eyes were filled with determination, and his fighting spirit was burning. The raging flames of war. Yi Xian was shocked when she saw Long Chen like this. She suddenly felt that this young man had an endless power, and he could only show a little of it. He's terrifyingly tough. Yi Xian didn't know how many times Long Chen had been defeated. There were even a few times when he was in mortal danger, but he dodged them all. However, Yi Xian didn't suspect that it was the true martial imperial soul. In fact, many people who couldn't make a breakthrough for many years would suddenly gain enlightenment during battles. Yi Xian thought that Long Chen was looking for that enlightenment. In fact, Long Chen was improving his cultivation through battles. After 7 days of high-intensity training, under the suppression of the blood puppet, Long Chen's martial spirit finally transformed. The dragon-shaped martial spirit completely transformed into a blood-red color. With the integration of a huge amount of true yuan, Long Chen's true yuan once again skyrocketed, and he stepped into the 9th layer of the heaven martial realm. Yi Xian and Long Chen were overjoyed by the news. Although the true martial imperial soul could only be activated for 2 hours every day, Long Chen's battles definitely lasted more than 2 hours. Even without the true martial imperial soul, he was still cultivating with all his might. On this day, his efforts finally paid off, and he stepped into the top level of the heaven martial realm. This is the power that the 6 monsters had. This power is so much stronger than mine. Long Chen felt his own power. He was a bit emotional, but he was definitely not satisfied. Phew. He took a deep breath and saw Yi Xian smiling at him. In her eyes, there was motherly care and pride that Long Chen hadn't seen in a long time. Yi Xian. For a moment, Long Chen was so excited that he forgot to call her master. Yes. Yi Xian didn't realize it either. Help me reach the god martial realm. Long Chen said excitedly. His god martial realm, his Dao, how terrifying would it be? Long Chen was looking forward to it as well. Heavenly blessing. Let's go to the top of the colorful tower. That's the place closest to the heavenly way. Long Chen nodded. Chapter 973. Almost in the next moment, Long Chen and Yi Xian returned to the highest point of the Rainbow Tower. It could be said to be the place where Yi Xian was the saddest. However, Yi Xian came here without hesitation, which meant that she had truly let go of the matter between her and Sumo. Together with Long Chen, she was also working hard for the battle that might happen in the Slaughtering God's tomb. Currently, only 2 families knew about the Slaughtering God's tomb. That was still fine. If other people were involved, the Su family and the Yi family probably wouldn't have a chance. One should know that in the Serene Hell Mansion, which was closest to the Slaughtering God's tomb, there were already quite a few Emperor of Hell-level people. Needless to say, Ming Di and the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion. At the highest point of the Rainbow Tower, Long Chen sat cross-legged. In front of his eyes was the entire vast world. The Rainbow Tower was very high, so when he looked down from here, he could see almost half of the main city. Long Chen's vision was very good. He could see every detail of the main city from here. You are now in the complete Sky Martial Arts realm. If you want to reach the God Martial Arts realm, other than the fusion of the soul and the martial spirit, you must also find your own Dao, your own path of cultivation. I can help you with that. At least, I can give you some pointers. However, the final comprehension still depends on you, said Yi Xian, who was standing behind Long Chen. My own Dao? Is that the most important step? What is my path of cultivation? Long Chen didn't turn around. He was thinking carefully. Actually, Because your path of cultivation is very similar to the Yi families, I can give you some pointers. The so-called slaughtering god's tomb. Back then, the slaughtering god Yi Wushang cultivated the Tao of slaughter. It was a very unique trait of his. The entire Yi family seemed to have inherited this trait. Therefore, all of our paths of cultivation are related to slaughter. After all, we have the bloodline of 7 slaughter in our bodies. As for you, I can't see through your body, but I am sure that the blood flowing in your body is the blood of slaughter. Yi Xian looked at Long Chen's back with determination. The path of slaughter. Long Chen understood that after absorbing the essence blood of the primordial blood spirit dragon, his body was transforming from a human into an ancient divine dragon. The primordial blood spirit dragon was the legendary ancestral dragon. Its special characteristics had a great impact on Long Chen. Although he had yet to absorb all the essence blood, Long Chen was already a primordial blood spirit dragon that was in the process of being born. Every ancestral dragon had its own rules. For example, the void cosmic dragon's rules were time and eternity, while the primordial blood spiritual dragon's rules were bloodshed and slaughter. In other words, Tao is actually the foundation of rules. In the god martial arts realm, one has to form his own Tao and then slowly mature. One day, he will be able to touch the level of rules. In Long Chen's heart, there was a trace of understanding. At the same time, he knew very well which aspect of his Tao lay in. That's right, it was blood and slaughter. Not far from 10. If it's the Tao of slaughter, I might be able to help you. Yi Xian said with a smile. Her voice was full of gentleness. To be honest, I'm not born to be too strong. As for the Tao of slaughter, my body's attribute decided me to walk this path. But for my personality, it's not the most suitable path. Therefore, my biggest limitation is the limitation of my own Tao. But you're different, Long Chen. I can feel that you must have killed a lot of people to reach your current realm, and your way of killing is much firmer than mine. Of course, the Tao of slaughter doesn't mean killing innocent people. It's a supreme Tao that punishes the evil and upholds the good, upholds justice, and protects the weak. The Tao of slaughter is an iron-blooded method. Even if it's just killing, it can also make one a king. As she said this, Yi Xian's soft hand lightly rested on Long Chen's head. Long Chen trusted her. He knew that she would never harm him. One thing Long Chen understood was that Yi Xian's personality wasn't iron-blooded enough. Most women were kind-hearted, therefore, the Tao of slaughter didn't really suit her. But because of the 7 slaughter bloodline, she could only walk this path. However, Long Chen was different. Whether it was his will or his body's attribute, they were inextricably linked to the Tao of slaughter. From Yi Xian's palm, Long Chen felt a cold energy enter his body. With a bang, a blood-red world appeared in front of him. The main city of specters had disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was a real battlefield. Surrounded by countless people, there was a figure waving the sword in his hand. Every time he waved it, a life would be taken. That figure looked exactly like Yi Xian. This scene suddenly gave Long Chen a lot of emotions. In his mind, Yi Xian didn't look like this. She should be a gentle princess, but in this scene, she seemed to be shouldering an important mission, killing without stopping. The people she killed weren't actually real people. Every time she killed one, a new figure would form and charge at her, clamoring and clamoring. Every figure had a ferocious look on their faces. Chaos filled the entire battlefield. Seeing this scene, Long Chen suddenly realized something. He suddenly felt that the Yi Xian in the scene was similar to himself. In fact, throughout his journey, he rarely took the initiative to attack people, and most of the time, he was passive in fighting back. Only enemies he truly hated would be killed by Long Chen. But because of this, trouble would never stop. To protect himself, to protect the people around him, to pursue the things he wanted, he had to use the sword in his hand to carve out a bright path. Now, Long Chen was very clear about the path he wanted to walk. Of course, there was a slight difference from Yi Xian. Yi Xian's Tao of slaughter was her own, determined by her 7-kill bloodline, while Long Chen's Tao of slaughter came from the ancient blood spirit dragon. Seeing this scene, he suddenly felt his body boiling. Within his blood, there seemed to be countless shadows of the ancient blood spirit dragon that had been recognized, and they were roaring crazily. During this process, Long Chen's body and martial spirit both went through some changes. The essence blood that once belonged to the ancient blood spirit dragon had now merged with Long Chen's body. Right now, that 1% of essence blood was guiding every part of Long Chen's body, and the will that belonged to the ancient blood spirit dragon was pouring into every particle of Long Chen's body. This was the ancient blood spirit dragon's Tao of slaughter. In fact, Kitten had once said that the ancient blood spirit dragon belonged to the evil dragon camp among the ancestral dragons. Its Tao was not necessarily righteous, and killing itself was a kind of destruction to life. But from another perspective, there would only be progress if there was competition. The weak were the strong, and only the fittest survived. The strong survived by killing. This way the entire human race or even all living groups would develop in a positive direction. A harmonious society would not be able to resist when facing external enemies. Long Chen did not care if it was righteous or not. As long as it was used properly, any Tao or rule would be righteous. His Tao of slaughter was actually very simple. It was to protect himself, to protect the people around him, and at the same time to pursue his own goals. From the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon, the Tao of slaughter was activated. Long Chen felt like he had understood many things, and his soul had a feeling of transcendence. Long Chen knew that in his body, he was thinking with his soul, and his martial spirit was the source of his body's power. When he comprehended the Tao, he suddenly realized that his soul was going through a shocking transformation. It was a transformation that could not be seen at all. However, both Yi Xian and Long Chen could feel the transformation. Yi Xian's face was filled with surprise. She was so surprised. In such a short time, I have found my own Tao, and my soul has been upgraded. What a miracle! This process was actually very troublesome. Many people in the ninth heaven martial realm were stuck in this place, and they could not find their own Tao. Yi Xian thought that she could help Long Chen because she thought that her Tao was similar to Long Chen's Tao. But she had never thought that Long Chen would be so fast. Looking at the determined back of the young man in front of her, Yi Xian suddenly felt a little dazed. She suddenly felt that this young man had a mysterious aura that she could not see through. No matter what, as long as she could feel the existence of her Tao, it was like she had found a key to open the door to the God martial realm. She only needed to use this key to open the door. Long Chen would definitely reach the God martial realm. Yi Xian felt extremely lucky. Hurry up and take out the Divine Martial Fortune Pill. The Divine Martial Fortune Pill can help speed up the fusion of your divine soul and martial spirit. This process would normally take a long time, maybe even a year or two, but you have the Divine Martial Fortune Pill. 1 or 2 days is enough. After saying that, Yi Xian took a few steps back and gave the space to Long Chen. She trusted Long Chen a lot because Long Chen was the kind of person that she only needed to say a few words and he would know what to do. In the next moment, Long Chen flipped his hand and the Divine Martial Fortune Pellet appeared in Long Chen's hand. The effects of the Divine Martial Fortune Pill could only be said to be too mysterious. In fact, the Divine Martial Fortune Pill was a first-grade divine pill, and its value was not even as high as the outstanding beauty pill. It could not directly allow people to reach the divine martial realm, nor could it promote the fusion of the divine soul and the martial soul. It could only accelerate the process, but this was already enough. If you want to reach the God martial realm, there are still a few steps. I will tell you in detail step by step. Listen carefully. First you have to take the Divine Martial Fortune Pellet and achieve the God martial spirit. Only then will you be able to trigger the heavenly bestowment and completely change your body constitution to achieve the God martial body. The God martial body referred to the body constitution that had 9,999 acupuncture points and 100,000 meridians. Although it maintained the body of a human, a God martial realm cultivator only needed to look inside himself to find that his body had expanded by hundreds or even thousands of times. Long Chen felt that when he first saw Li Xuanji a long time ago, Li Xuanji was sealed in an ancient bronze coffin, and her body was extremely huge. This kind of huge size must have something to do with the God martial realm, or even higher. Chapter 974. In fact, the number of acupuncture points in one's body is also related to one's physique. Our Yi clan has the 7-kill bloodline. I have awakened 3 bloodlines, so the number of acupuncture points is 3 times more than before. The number of acupuncture points is related to the amount of divine origin. Therefore, I am stronger than others in terms of divine origin. In the Serene Hell Prefecture, the 7-kill bloodline can increase the number of acupuncture points by 7 times. In other words, the god of slaughter, Yi Wushang, has 700,000 acupuncture points. The 7-kill bloodline is considered superior in the Serene Hell Prefecture, but compared to the whole true martial imperial domain, it is nothing. In the core of the true martial imperial domain, in the true martial imperial palace, there are many people who have formed 100,000 acupuncture points after reaching the god martial realm. The highest level, those who have heaven-defying bloodlines, can form 1 million acupuncture points. They have just entered the god martial realm, but they already have 100 times the strength of the ordinary first level of the god martial realm. You can imagine how terrifying that kind of talent is. When Long Chen started to take the divine martial fortune pill, Yi Xian explained to him, "Does it have anything to do with physique? I wonder how many acupuncture points I can form with the body of the ancient blood spirit dragon. I am really looking forward to it." The first level of the god martial realm was called the Starry Sky realm. The acupuncture points were scattered all over the body, and endless power was contained in them. The divine martial fortune pill was a very magical thing. After entering Long Chen's mouth, it completely disappeared. Then, Long Chen felt that his thoughts were forcibly removed from his body. Originally, they were in a free state, but now, they seemed to be separated from his body and condensed into an invisible ball. The divine martial fortune pill was the foundation of Long Chen's thoughts, where his memories were, and the martial spirit was the control that Long Chen had over his body. Before the three great martial realms, the martial spirit was only vague, and the strength and accuracy of the control were not enough. Before the god martial realm, Long Chen's divine soul was also vague. When the divine soul condensed into an invisible ball, Long Chen suddenly felt that his eyes and ears were clear, and the whole world was much clearer. Under the effect of the divine martial fortune pill, the divine soul condensed into a solid body at a very fast speed. Gradually, Long Chen could vaguely see that in his sea of consciousness, there was a blurry white misty figure, which was his divine soul. Long Chen's spirit was still that of a human. This meant that his essence was still that of a human. However, his martial spirit and the sword spirit in his dantian had already taken the shape of a dragon. In his sea of consciousness, the divine soul gradually condensed. Very good. I have already felt the existence of the divine soul in your body. For people who have not reached the god martial realm, the divine soul has a kind of insight power, which will make people feel pressured. In the future, if you reach the second level of the god martial realm, the derived divine soul will actually be generated from the divine soul. To be exact, it is your divine soul that has opened its eyes. When your divine soul is strong enough and completely separated from your body, the divine soul and the martial spirit will naturally merge together. At this moment, in Long Chen's world, Yi Xian's voice seemed to be coming from a very far place. Long Chen understood. With someone guiding him, this feeling was really different. After about half a day, the white misty figure finally condensed a lot more, turning into a small Long Chen, whose appearance was similar to Long Chen. At this moment, a magical power made this divine soul move towards the martial spirit above the mysterious dragon Jade. Long Chen's martial spirit had already turned into a blood-red ancient blood spirit dragon, which was shrouded in an illusory blood-red mist. A human and a dragon met in this sea of consciousness just like that. For a moment, the blood-red dragon-shaped martial spirit seemed to have opened its eyes. Looking at the divine soul and letting out a roar, the sound shook the whole sea of consciousness. It was not because of fear, but because of the excitement that had been waiting for a long time. Without any suspense, the human-shaped white divine soul and the dragon-shaped blood-red martial spirit suddenly started merging. Without any suspense, the divine soul completely merged into Long Chen's body, forming Long Chen's god martial spirit. Before this, Long Chen did not make any noise, everything was quiet, but for Yi Xian, Long Chen's newly merged god martial spirit seemed to be a bit too oppressive. An aura that made her tremble came out from Long Chen's body. On Long Chen's body, those blood-red scales suddenly appeared, completely covering Long Chen's body with blood-red scales and bone spikes. Yi Xian suddenly felt that inside Long Chen's small body, there was a super overlord from the ancient times. Even though she was at the 5th level of the god martial realm, which was far more powerful than Long Chen, when she looked at Long Chen at that moment, Yi Xian still felt her heart palpitate, which made her take a few steps back. It might attract some people's attention. I'll seal off the surrounding area first. The blessing of Heaven's Way could cause some disturbance. Normally, the blessing of Heaven's Way needed someone to protect it. Otherwise, if someone attacked during the blessing of Heaven's Way, it would be a tragedy. Not only would the god martial realm be interrupted, at that moment, even a little kid at the 1st level of the heaven martial realm could make Long Chen's power go haywire and kill him. Under Yi Xian's control, a faint blood-red light surrounded Long Chen and gradually expanded until it was a few hundred meters in diameter, completely surrounding Long Chen and Yi Xian. From an outsider's point of view, the seven-colored exquisite pagoda didn't seem to be moving at all. That was because Yi Xian had blocked it directly. Long Chen was concentrating on fusing with the god martial spirit. When the godly soul fused with a martial spirit, Long Chen felt that the originally dead martial spirit suddenly became lively, as if it had intelligence and started to become real. The white godly soul quickly fused with the martial spirit, and the originally blood-red martial spirit was going through a huge transformation. The blood-red mist directly covered the martial spirit, and vaguely, Long Chen saw that there were many solid scales on the martial spirit. When the blood-red mist dissipated, the new and agile god martial spirit appeared in front of Long Chen. This is me. The god martial spirit was the foundation of a person. Although Lingxi's body was destroyed, she still relied on the power of the god martial spirit to get along with Long Chen for a long time. Therefore what Long Chen said about the god martial spirit was him, which was correct. In front of him was a small blood-colored dragon. This was undoubtedly the appearance of a primordial spiritual blood dragon. This was the first time Long Chen had seen such a detailed primordial spiritual blood dragon. A set of information appeared in Long Chen's mind.
999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,
999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,999,9 Although it was small, the bloody killing intent in this small body made even Long Chen shudder, not to mention Yi Xian who was outside. After the god martial spirit fused, Long Chen gradually opened his eyes, and a blood-red light burst out from his eyes. At that moment, one could see a blood-red divine dragon dancing in both his eyeballs. Yi Xian took a few steps back. When Long Chen fused with the god martial spirit, a blood-red divine dragon's shadow coiled around Long Chen's body. The ferocious blood-red dragon's head was looking at Yi Xian, who was next to him. Although Long Chen seemed to be suppressing his power, the ancient pressure still made Yi Xian sit on the ground. She was sweating profusely. When Long Chen opened his eyes, the fear that came from the depths of his soul finally disappeared. Dragon. Divine dragon. Yi Xian stood up. Her pretty face was pale as she looked at Long Chen. Her eyes were trembling. The divine dragon's silhouette that had just appeared had scared her quite a bit. But when she realized who Long Chen was, she was even more shocked. You are the legendary dragon martial artist. No wonder, no wonder. If it wasn't a heaven-defying martial artist, it would be impossible for Long Chen to challenge those at a higher level than him. He was only at the 8th level of the heaven martial realm, but he could already kill a god martial realm martial artist. Only a dragon martial artist could explain it like that. There were only a few legendary dragon martial artists in the entire 3 imperial regions. Long Chen had just fused with the god martial spirit, and it was a crucial moment for him to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Seeing that Yi Xian already knew his identity, Long Chen wasn't worried at all. His eyes were filled with sincerity as he said, "Please keep this a secret for me. Don't tell anyone." Long Chen believed in Yi Xian's character. She was definitely someone he could trust. Yi Xian was still in shock. The pressure from the divine dragon and Long Chen's identity as a dragon martial artist had a huge impact on her. After a while, she recovered and said with a trembling voice, Don't worry." Boom. Right at that moment, there was a huge movement coming from Long Chen's body. Yi Xian knew that the heavenly bestowment was about to begin. "Help me hide the movement." At this critical moment, Long Chen said loudly. He had a premonition that when he reached the god martial realm, there would be a huge movement. After all, the fusion of the god martial spirit and the god martial spirit had formed a real version of the ancient blood dragon god martial spirit with close to 1 billion scales. He still didn't know what kind of heavenly bestowment this god martial spirit would bring. At that moment, Long Chen's body was going through a huge change. the newly formed god martial spirit burst out a mysterious power. It was like a set of commands, adjusting the changes in his body. It seemed to be an evolution. At the same time, another surge of energy shot up into the sky, causing the entire sky to tremble and the clouds to surge. A huge surge of energy, the pressure of heaven and earth, descended. The so-called heavenly bestowment was not far from it. Chapter 975. Yi Xian, who was extremely shocked, reacted at this moment. She understood that if Long Chen's identity was leaked, it would definitely cause a commotion in the entire true martial imperial domain. It would definitely bring him endless trouble or even death. Therefore, this matter must not be leaked. Even now, she still had to help Long Chen conceal his movements. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The changes of the god martial spirit were within his expectations. After the god martial spirit gave a series of commands to transform the god martial body, the ancient blood spirit dragon that was suppressed by the mysterious dragon Jade actually moved. The complete ancient blood spirit dragon's essence of blood was separated from the sea of consciousness. It instantly crossed the sea of consciousness and entered into Long Chen's body, participating in the huge changes that were taking place in Long Chen's body. When this tenth of the ancestral dragon's essence of blood appeared, an incomparably huge change began to take place. Rumble. Long Chen's body started to churn. In a short period of time, the 1/10 of essence blood was divided into tens of millions of portions and fused with every corner of his body. At this moment, his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. At the same time, as if it had been summoned by the dragon's blood, the vortex that had already formed in the sky, which was the sky Dao, started to expand in size and thickness rapidly. In the sky above the entire spirit city, an incomparably huge vortex began to form. The size of this vortex was almost the same as the city that could absorb 10 million people. At this moment, everyone noticed this change and walked out of the buildings to witness this shocking scene. Countless layers of clouds rolled and rumbled. Within the huge amount of clouds, there was a milky white power that was as pure as milk. If this power was released, the entire Spectre Lord city would be reduced to ashes. The milky white power that was wrapped in the clouds was actually the so-called heavenly Dao. It was the power that heaven and earth rewarded to the warriors who had reached the divine martial realm. This was the so-called heavenly Dao empowerment. However, the rules of the heavenly bestowment were simply too great. They were more than 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. The diameter of the whirlpool above an ordinary person's head would only be about 100 meters. However, the diameter of this thick whirlpool was thousands of times that. Needless to say, in terms of thickness, the heavenly Dao whirlpool was much thicker than that. Such a huge commotion was noticed by everyone in the Spectre Lord city. Even the people from the other cities could see such a huge and spectacular scene, not to mention the experts from the City Lord's mansion and the people from the Netherlord's mansion. With such a huge heavenly Dao whirlpool above the spirit main city, no one could tell who was receiving the heavenly Dao bestowment. Someone in the main city of specters is about to reach the god martial arts realm. The experts of the Yi clan walked out from the City Lord's mansion and looked at the scene in front of them with incomparably shocked eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The heavenly Dao's power is more than 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. How could anyone reach such a level? Could it be that he has opened 90 million, close to 100 million apertures in his body? What a joke. How could such a person exist? Yi Shiji looked at the person who had spoken with disdain and scolded him. 10,000 times the heavenly Dao's power is absolutely impossible. Even in the true martial emperor palace, there wouldn't be such a person. In fact, there hasn't been such a person since ancient times. Therefore, there must be some other reason for the heavenly Dao's power to gather here. What exactly is it? Such a huge power can't be man-made. I think we shouldn't act blindly without thinking. If we anger the heavenly Dao, the consequences will be very serious. In this world, the heavenly Dao was like a god. It couldn't be offended. In particular, this inexplicable phenomenon proved the existence of the heavenly Dao. In the Netherworld Army's training ground, Sumo's group of 3 had already set off for the Netherworld Blood Sea. Here, the strongest was only a 10,000-man commander. Seeing such a grand scene, the entire sky was covered in grey clouds, as if there was an ocean in the sky. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Should we go up and take a look? A dozen captains gathered together and looked at the scene in the sky in shock. Such a vast power can't be man-made. This power surpasses the power that any one of us has cultivated for thousands of years. We shouldn't take the risk. That's right. When General Mo and the others left, they instructed us not to act rashly. We only need to obediently maintain the usual order. However, it's better to use the puppet bird to inform General Mo of what happened here. That's right. You guys stay here and watch. I'll do it now. Countless people were staring at the heavenly Tao vortex, which was so huge that it could scare people to piss their pants. At this moment, Long Chen was right under the swirl of heavenly Tao, and Yi Xian could only use her powerful cultivation to stabilize herself next to Long Chen. She could already feel that Long Chen seemed to have gained a new power, or perhaps it was a bloodline. It was this bloodline that suddenly appeared, and it caused the swirl of heavenly Tao that was already in its original state to expand by 100 times. Originally, Long Chen could withstand 100 times the power. With the addition of 1/10 of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, he could withstand 10,000 times the power. 10,000. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded by the number. She had just told Long Chen that even the most talented person in the true martial emperor palace should only be able to withstand 100 times the power. But Long Chen gave her 10,000. Had the dragon martial artist really reached such a heaven-defying level? Yi Xian felt as if she was dreaming, and it was a ridiculous dream. However, reality told her that it was not a dream. The young man had a terrifying existence. Yi Xian could feel that because of that power, his body was undergoing a heaven-defying evolution. Although the appearance of his body did not change, in Yi Xian's perception, Long Chen's body was expanding infinitely. What was different from Yi Xian's was that no matter how big Yi Xian became, her body was still in human form. However, Long Chen was advancing towards the primordial divine dragon. As expected of a dragon martial artist. Does the heaven-defying aspect of a dragon martial artist start to show at the divine martial realm? Because she was standing very close to Long Chen, Yi Xian could feel it. When Long Chen's heavenly Tao empowerment ended, no one would find out that he was a dragon martial artist. Yi Xian had an important mission, and that was to help Long Chen cover up the fact that he was a dragon martial artist. After all, there were so many people watching. If the news got out, it would be troublesome. Rumble. Just as Long Chen's body was expanding rapidly and he became extremely thirsty, a loud sound was heard. Above his head, at the center of the cloud vortex, a milky white power descended from the sky towards Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen's body was covered in blood-red dragon scales. The image of a divine dragon was flashing on his body. When the heavenly Tao empowerment arrived, Long Chen suddenly opened his mouth and let out an ancient roar. At the same time, Yi Xian saw the image of a blood-red divine dragon behind Long Chen, roaring towards the sky. The power of the heavenly Tao empowerment seemed to have been sucked in. The speed of its descent suddenly increased, and it was directly swallowed by the divine dragon image transformed by Long Chen. Rumble. In the sky, the cloud vortex was tumbling. The milky white power was getting smaller and smaller under the devouring of the divine dragon. Yi Xian used her own power to cover up the image of the divine dragon. Luckily, no one dared to check in front of the heavenly Tao empowerment. Otherwise, Long Chen's identity as a dragon martial artist would be exposed. Look, the vortex seems to be shrinking. I told you, it's just a natural phenomenon, it will disappear soon. If they knew that the power was being absorbed by a single person, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. A single person had absorbed the power of tens of thousands of cultivators at the first level of the divine martial realm. The milky white power entered Long Chen's body at an extremely fast speed, turning into Long Chen's own power. It could be said that this was a gift from the heavenly Tao. Long Chen's body was expanding rapidly. He felt that he could now wrap up the entire spirit city. Because of the addition of the dragon blood and the heavenly Tao, he felt that his body was filled with endless power. This power could allow him to destroy the entire spirit city in an instant. In his consciousness, he was no longer a human, but a blood-red divine dragon. Of course, on the surface he was still a human. When the heavenly Tao's power surged in, blood-red dots started to appear on Long Chen's huge body. Between the dots, meridians started to form. In a short moment, an incomparably huge network was formed in Long Chen's body. 99,999,999 acupuncture points. Just one more acupuncture point would be 100 million. At the same time, the number of meridians would be 1,000,000,000. Compared to the real immemorial blood spirit dragon, Long Chen was still a long way off. However, compared to ordinary people, the number of acupuncture points and meridians he had, and even his body constitution was tens of thousands of times stronger than ordinary people. This was the truly heaven-defying aspect of ancestral dragon martialists. When the heavenly Tao's power was completely infused into Long Chen's body, it was transformed by Long Chen's god martial soul. Blood-red rivers flowed through the countless blood-red dots and blood-red meridians. In a short period of time, the power that Long Chen called dragon blood divine energy had already filled Long Chen's body. Such a huge power was like a vast sea of stars or a gushing river. Countless stars appeared in his body. Each star was like the eye of a dragon, and each meridian was covered in blood-red scales. These 1,000,000,000 meridians were like 1,000,000,000 blood-red divine dragons entrenched in Long Chen's body, and the acupuncture points were like their eyes. Wrapped in this network were Long Chen's huge internal organs. Under the nourishment of the ancestral dragon essence blood, each of his internal organs and muscles exuded a majestic vitality. Although his body looked small on the outside, the size of Long Chen's stomach was about the same as the entire Netherworld Legion's training camp. It was terrifying to the extreme. I didn't expect the transformation of my god martial realm to be so much more terrifying than I had imagined. Inspecting his own body, even he was shocked. He knew that this was all thanks to the 1/10 of dragon blood. In the future, for every 1/10 of dragon blood I obtain, the number of acupuncture points and the number of bloodlines in my body will increase by the same amount. Long Chen had a very strong premonition in his heart. On the road to the god martial realm, he would absorb 1/10 of the dragon blood every time he advanced a level. When he broke through the god martial realm and reached the retribution realm, he would transform into a real dragon and obtain the body of the immemorial blood spirit dragon. Sorry, I wrote 3 chapters on the god martial realm mainly because I wanted to highlight the difference between Long Chen and the god martial realm. The process was a bit long, but I couldn't control it. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.